All right, I'll do this. I have two computers. First one's going. Okay, all right, you should get another one. Okay, mine are easy. The other group is a little bit, takes a little longer. Let me just check that I picked the right accounts. Senior 1 room live. Senior room 3 live. Okay. I don't know. The other groups a little longer. That went faster. Okay, 6, 2, 1, 4, 5, 3. Okay. Thanks, Nico. All right, so let's see. This one, I'd be surprised if ours. This one is great. Yeah, it's kind of to work. She went from this is a really I put my flowers in there. Yeah, this is their, well, honestly, Simon, both of these are. More. Yeah, we. Basically. Anyway, see you all. Oh, I see immediately after the thing on Wednesday. Anybody not going? You want to really short. Yeah. I think for everybody. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. But just remember, give me the. He's getting the. And then George. We need to get the sheriff's credit, sheriff's credit. But I'm sure he'll pick it based on who he picks. Who knows, the rest comes from last year. Everybody else. Oh, the only other person. Yes, the, his key is the other person is who is. Remember that word? Was, there was three people that were like, yeah, no one's not kidding. Unless George, he was right next to me. Oh, the true win, yeah, don't give him credit. Yeah, so he's getting the top prize. Okay. Sure. That's fine. I'll compile. You can send them. Yes. Okay.
Hi, Marco.
Good morning, Sarah.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Thank you so much for doing this.
hmm Um, so I basically make sure that all the people in the Zoom are from that uh Excel spreadsheet that Bob sent.
No, you can just let in everybody that's I mean, they're just let in all the students. It's fine. And
Okay.
the jury.
Okay.
I think if there's anybody that's like a troublemaker, we'll know right away.
I see. Okay, gotcha.
Just let them all in. So, yeah, you don't have the list of all the students that are in each class, but it's fine. Like we're all going to be moving in and out, and then you stay, and then who comes after me? I think it's
I
Andrew.
think Wendy.
Oh, okay, Wendy. Yeah, Wendy.
hmm
Okay, so Wendy, and then sounds good. And then when the next person I guess it's William is coming in after you to be the co-host.
Oh, yes, yes.
Anyway, you could let him in and make him co-host, but or just don't worry about it. I'll do it in as soon as because otherwise you have to stay for a long time. I'll just let him. I'll just let him. I'll add him as co-host. But I
Okay.
think that's it. And if you see anybody's disturbing the peace, you can kick them out.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sounds good. Thank you.
hmm
Bye. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Let me see.
Hola Sara,
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
bien, ¿qué tal?
¿Qué tal tanto tiempo?
Sí, caray,
¿Sigues yendo a la playa?
de vez en cuando hay buena marea.
Qué bueno.
¿Tú cómo estás?
Muy bien, gracias.
¿Cómo está Peter?
Bien, bien. Tenemos que reunirnos.
Sí, de hecho les quiero mandar una invitación a ti y a Peter para el Westside Urban Forum.
Ah, sí, me llegó uno que
¿Te
me
llegó
mandó.
uno?
Sí,
Ah, que te llegó de parte mía.
sí.
Que me salió como el bounce email.
Ah, ya. No, no, sí me llegó.
Ah, perfecto, perfecto.
Y oye, ¿dónde estás ahora? Se me olvidó preguntarte para introducirte.
Estoy trabajando con una firma que está based en Minneapolis. Sigo con la parte del paisaje, se llama Cohen and Partners, y es una firma que tiene, últimamente está haciendo mucho trabajo en el Medio Oriente.
Ah, muy bien.
Sí,
Ahora, Minneapolis.
tienen un pequeño footprint a nivel nacional, tanto en el East Coast como en el West Coast, que ha sido, tú sabes, proyectos como de pequeña escala, pero la parte dura, grande, ha estado en el Medio Oriente últimamente.
Mm, muy bien. ¿Y no vas a regresar a dar clases?
Algún día. Me hace mucha falta. Ya después te hablamos un día, salgamos, ya, estás COVID free, me imagino, ¿no?
Sí.
Ah,
Bueno, a mí no me ha pegado.
a mi esposa le pegó hace una semana.
Mm. Bueno, vamos a empezar pronto. Ed, I see you logging in, but
Hey there,
hello.
how are you?
I'm good.
Audio is messed up, so it's plugged in my headphones after I logged in, so I'm gonna have to leave and come right back. Okay,
Okay.
I was trying to get that. Be right back.
Hello, Martin Summers.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. So good to see you. So fun, these reviews, when you get to meet up with people.
Yeah, I've missed this a little recently.
I know most people are back, and we decided to do it one more time via Zoom because it's a little complicated at the university to get permissions to get 200 people in a building.
Yeah,
Plus, there's the added advantage of having people from other parts of the world.
yeah. I'm wondering how we can do this moving forward and still have in person some sort of hybrid thing because it makes it so much better to get a diverse group assembled, basically.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's very nice to have colleagues from other places.
There we go. That's better. Got it.
Hey, Ed.
Okay. Hey, how are you?
Oh yeah, you're not too far away from each other. I put the East Coasters on the same panel. Actually, Saber was supposed to join us, but he's in Barcelona and it got a little too complicated. I thought that would have been very funny.
That would have been great.
So, all right, so we will get started. And first of all, thank you all for being here. As it said when you logged in, I have all these little prompts that I set up that this is being live streamed. but only to the students. It's a kind of a private YouTube for the school so that the underclassmen are able to view the reviews, and also people's families and things. So that makes it kind of fun. So I think for some of them, it's probably the first time their parents have seen them present. So I don't know if they
No
gave
pressure.
their, I don't know if they gave those to their parents. They can let you know. Anyway, so this is a senior project. And as I wrote in my email, it's really a project. The students actually, this is their last culminating studio. Many of the students have been in school for a minimum of 5 years, many of them longer if they transferred, so 6 or 7 years. So it's quite an achievement, and it's been a long time. I'm sure they're ready to get out into the world. Although I told them that they're all going to miss school terribly when they get out, even though they don't believe me. But
Yes.
so this is we actually at Cal Poly we give them 2 comprehensive studios, which is maybe more than a lot of schools. So they do it in 3rd year. And they do a kind of complete DD package. This is a little bit lighter because they're also tasked with doing in terms of the comprehensive side, but they're also tasked with really figuring out, a lot of the kind of planning issues surrounding their project, because they have to select their own site and their program, and so they're really also dealing with zoning and sort of what's possible to build and determining a user. For my studio, we focused on doing mixed-use housing, which I've done for a few years now. And so the students they have to have a housing component, and then the secondary program is of their choice. So they had to kind of determine based on their users or other things that they've researched sort of what secondary program made sense. And they really are second programs. They're kind of equally important. It's not like just a little small, cafe or something. It's actually they're somebody was noting yesterday that what was interesting about the mixed use is that it's a much more evenly distributed mixed use, meaning that the secondary program is actually fairly substantial. So it really does kind of impact the project. For the area of the city, it's sort of tasked just to tell the students that we do have a couple outside guests, and I know that they're familiar with Los Angeles, but you might just be a little bit clearer about like the neighborhood, since in terms of kind of where it is in the city. But this is the site that we selected, so all the students were sort of within a general area, which is called the Industrial District, and it's a kind of a piece of the Arts District that sort of hasn't been developed yet. It's between a street called 7th and the 10 freeway and Santa Fe and Central, for if you know that part of the city. And it's mostly low-rise industrial. Currently it's zoned M3, which is industrial, but there's a new zoning plan for Los Angeles that's currently being developed. So we actually used the new plan for LA, which is called LA 2040, and it's actually rezoned that neighborhood from industrial to something called mixed industrial, and it basically allows for many other kinds of uses, including affordable housing. It actually requires it to be, I think, 100% affordable. But in exchange, they also raised the FAR from 1.5 to either 4.5, depending on the area, or 6. So that kind of gives the area much higher density. Currently, it's all mostly 1 to 2 story kind of old boat truss buildings, sort of small scale warehouses. So it's an interesting part of the city because it's going to be redeveloped pretty significantly. Let me see. Aside from that, I think you'll see, well, the students will explain their thinking. The other part about the housing is that really we started actually thinking about kind of ways to do sort of small modifications to units and sort of thinking about how the units might work depending on the user. So some of the students, so it's not just a kind of the building developed in part from the units instead of as a kind of form making exercise that then was infilled with units. Let's see. So now I'd just like to introduce the jury. So we have David Maestres, who's originally from Venezuela. He's a landscape architect and an architect. He works kind of at the intersection of both worlds. So it's really a great person to have for this jury, since there is a small open space component that's also part of this, but also the integration of kind of how the building relates to the city, which is obviously, as somebody interested in urbanism, actually everybody here is interested in urbanism, which is why you were all selected for this panel. So he's working right now for a firm called Coin & Partners out of Minneapolis and working on projects in the Middle East. Martin Summers, who is at the University of Kentucky and teaches also senior project and other kinds of housing studios. I've been to his studios, they're super interesting, kind of addressing kind of how kind of large scale ideas about how we might develop cities in the future. And Ed Atkins, who is actually a classmate of mine from grad school, which is very cool. We were both at Georgia Tech together, and he is soon to be outgoing chair of Kennesaw State University, which is surprising to all of us, but has been an academic for, I don't know, 30 years, 20, close to 30 years. And
20 felt like 30, something like that. Yeah.
And is now going out to do other things really in the world of sustainability is what I gather.
That's right.
So what are you doing now?
I'm going to be working with enablement within Cove Tool to, because of the interest of the firm is to engage with architects and engineers on higher levels of sustainability, carbon sequestration, and offsets. And so it marries my passions, and basically I'm helping them understand architects and engineers from that side of it. So in a way, I'm continuing to teach. It's just in a more professional setting. It's going to be really fascinating as a next step. So, but I hope to continue to be engaged with things like this. So, and opportunities like this. These are just where my passions are as well. So,
great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. So I am now going to share my screen. Oh, and then the way this works, it's a kind of a funny round robin for those of you who have been here before, which I think you've all been on these reviews before. But so you will see two of my students, and then I will leave, and then I believe Wendy Gilmartin. Yes, Wendy will come in. Hold on just a second. Wendy will come in. Let's see, in at 10:45 or so. So we have 30 minutes per student. The students will present for about, I don't know, hopefully around 8 minutes, and then we'll have sort of 20 minutes to discuss. So I'm going to then share my screen and so one thing. And the students will moderate. So let's see. Do full screen. Oh, and also let me put you got the concept board, but I'll put it again in the chat because sometimes it's a lot easier to see things if you are navigating. And if you want to kind of undo the moderation, you just kind of unclick the moderate if you don't want to follow along, but students are going to take over. Let's see. All right, so Pavi, you are going to start.
Hi, good morning. I'm Upavi. Thank you all for being here. So this project is an affordable housing development that, in combination with the public library, aims to serve families that would benefit from access to the activity, resources, and community that the library would provide. When discussing mixed-use housing, the standard typology is housing placed above a commercial program. This combination is what's usually expected, but it's not always what's most beneficial. Currently, the Arts District of Los Angeles is oversaturated by retail and commercial properties, which cannot be supported efficiently by the area's population. This has resulted in many small businesses closing and leaving behind empty retail space. Substituting commercial space with public or civic buildings, such as a public library, would be a stronger way to activate the urban environment. Sarah, I'm not sure if your screen is showing the concept board right now. Oh, there we go.
Oh, sorry. I'm like
Creating-
my email there. Let me share the window. I was trying to, I thought I shared the window. Is it working now? No.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
It's okay. I'll keep talking anyway. Creating a library that the larger community would benefit from would create a social hub for an underserved area and tie the community together by creating a public space where people's presence will never be questioned. I have personally experienced how important a library can be to a community. I grew up spending a lot of time in my public library reading and also attending the various programs that they held. As I got older, I became involved in the library council and I got to understand more of what goes into creating the user experience of the library. Through this experience, I started to notice how many different types of people relied on the library as a third space, whether it was for entertainment, childcare, education, or simply shelter. I chose the project site located on the cross streets of Mateo and East 7th Place because of its corner location and its existing alley that ran through the site. It's currently unused and it's accessible from 3 sides. The site is 1 block away from 7th Street, which marks the boundary of the new development in the area. The proximity to this development would allow patrons of the library and residents of the housing to enjoy the new and upcoming businesses in the area. Based on my site research, a public library would positively impact the community because there are no other libraries nearby, and there's a distinct lack of accessible public space in the area in general. The closest library is the Los Angeles Central Library, which is about an hour walk or 30-minute bus ride away from the site. The site is 1 block away from a continuation school, which is right over here, that would also gain an advantage from having a library in such close proximity. Residents of the surrounding area would benefit from having a place where they can access resources that they may need in their daily life. A library would become a space for community gatherings and events, and a shelter from outdoor conditions, and also just a local place to hang out. The form of the building is made up of an L-shaped housing block that bridges above the ground floor library and amenities program, which is split into 2 parts by the existing alley with the cafe, lobby, and daycare on the west side of the lot, and the 3-story library and parking structure on the east. When conceptualizing the program of the library, I looked into the history of libraries as a building typology. This led me to analyzing the current and predicted trends that libraries may follow as they evolve. These trends included more public services, more co-working spaces, focus on accessibility and quiet space, and less focus on the physical copies of books. This research guided me to design a library whose function was less driven by providing shelves for books, but more about creating space for users to inhabit flexibly in ways that fit the needs of the everyday person. In the plans, you can see that the service space and the rooms with more defined programs are pushed towards the edges of the building, which allow the remaining space to be open, an open floor plan that is scattered with seating and other furniture that can be configured to accommodate a variety of activities. The ground floor of the library features children's and adults sections of stacks, as well as a makerspace, tech center, and event room. The program opens up into the former alleyway, which has been expanded and revitalized to become a sort of linear park that allows the library and its amenities to flow out into it, creating indoor-outdoor connection. The second floor of the library is mostly back of house, distribution, and office space. And the third floor is home to the teen/young adult area, as well as the various meeting and quiet rooms that the public can use. The interior of the library is shown in this collage, where you can see the open plan organization of the space, as well as the circulation and mezzanine levels. The roof of the library and parking structure becomes an additional outdoor space. This space becomes a kind of backyard for the residents that can use the outdoor kitchen, community garden, beds, or basketball court as an extension of their living space. So that's this space right up here. Both outdoor spaces are seen in this collage, which depicts a view from the walkway inside the truss that connects the two sides of the building. So you're looking down at that alley, and then you can also see the top of this library. My housing caters to lower income families who need the extra support that affordable housing could provide. Oftentimes, low-income families, especially ones with young children, have a lot on their plate with balancing childcare, household responsibilities, and employment to support their families. Residents that deal with any of these difficulties would benefit from amenities and a community that offer resources that would make providing for their family easier. Certain limited programs that the library has, such as daycare and resume building, would be reserved as a privilege for the residents. The housing component is composed of two different single-loaded layouts of units that alternate throughout the building. The housing corridors are completely open to the north and the west sides and are then punctuated by vertical voids that come down through the corridors and bring light into the communal space of the hallways, as well as creating vertical connectivity between the residents. The housing is oriented so that the bedrooms are facing inwards towards the central green space, and the living rooms and more common areas are facing towards the corridors, which are more public. In this collage, you could see those design features in action. The openness of the housing corridors creates a sense of integration between the residents. Usually residents of an apartment building might not ever even see their upstairs or downstairs neighbors, but this formal strategy makes it so that the residents are less isolated from each other and also have a relationship to the surrounding landscape and city through the openness of the hallways horizontally. The section also helps to depict the relationship between the library block, the truss, and the bridge, and the levels of housing above that. The housing is made up of 4 unit types. This variety is so that any type of family would have an option of a unit type that would work for them. All the units contain a shared entryway that becomes sort of an informal porch that they share with their neighbor, as well as a large balcony that has folding shading screens that can be closed off to create an outdoor living space that could be used in a variety of ways. So these interior collages show how the units could be occupied by residents. This family is made up of a mother and child. They live in a 2-bedroom unit, and the mother is using the 2nd bedroom as a sewing room. And from this view, you can also see out into that open corridor, and you can see some of the neighbors walking around and hanging out over there. This collage depicts a family of 2 parents and 3 kids who live in a 3-bedroom unit. From this view, you can see the common areas of the unit, and you can also get a glimpse of the balcony that is partially enclosed by these shading screens. The levels at which these folding screens are opened or closed can add an element of pattern and texture to the facade. The facade is also ornamented by screens of louvers running horizontally and vertically to provide light and shading to bedrooms, which you can see in this elevation. The project is designed around the idea of openness and connectivity, both architecturally and socially. The form of the building is centered around 2 open spaces and their indoor-outdoor connection. The housing component of the project is open both horizontally and vertically, creating movement of both light and interpersonal connection through the levels of the building. This idea of openness extends to the concept of the library being a space that's completely public, that any member of the community is welcome to inhabit. Thank you.
Sarah, are we providing comments right off the bat or questions?
Yeah, so questions or comments or, and you can obviously move around. That was very quick, probably.
That's good.
Really? I timed it. I thought I was at like 9 minutes.
Clear and precise.
That's right. That's right. So you're not only engaging that alley to your west, but the alley that looks like it's interrupted currently with a building, you're opening that up as well to go all the way through to Mateo?
Let me see.
Yeah.
So you're speaking about which one?
Right. To the south of your building there,
Mhm.
from what I can see on Google Maps, I was just trying to follow along with the existing condition. It looks like there's a building that short circuits that east-west alley.
Yes. So that's also another parcel that is included in my site area. So I basically just opened that up so that it would sort of connect all the way through.
Okay. Yeah, that's another big move. I was just making sure that
Mhm.
I was reading that correctly. Thanks. And how are you getting to each level? In your plans, you show the tandem parking consistently, but the intent is it's only surface level convenience parking. And is it tandem, or are you entering that parking off of that new alley addition you created?
So this parking is actually automated parking, and it is a parking structure. So it's the height of the library. So it's that
I see.
35 feet. So
Okay.
you would enter from Mateo, and then the car would park and, you know, go into the automated parking. So this parking also serves as sort of parking for the like neighboring community also, because for the code, because we're doing affordable housing, we don't necessarily need parking for the residential, but I had that extra space and I wanted to create some parking for the area.
Okay. Can you go to the ground plan just to fully understand how the building sites itself? Can you maybe potentially quickly give us a glimpse of how one would perceive all of these masses coming down to the ground? What sort of a indoor-outdoor connection? Anything that could be expressed from the architectural sort of like point of view? You know, the transparency of your envelope, the type of engagement that you want. Obviously, you have conditions where you have a parking, for example, structure. Is that transparent? Is that pervious? You know, like what is your thinking about how people traverse the intricacies of your building, but also how that also manifests itself in the adjacent neighborhood or adjacent neighbors, and you know what's sort of like. Yeah, I think I made myself clear.
So the whole library is pretty much a curtain wall glass facade. So anyone coming on the street will be able to see inside the library and be welcomed into it. The main entrance is on Mateo right here. but you could also enter through this alleyway. And so this alley is, how I explained before, an indoor-outdoor connection with these programs. So the library opens out into it, and there's places to sit and read if you want to. There's the cafe on this side where that also opens out to there. There's the lobby for the gym, for the residents that has a gym. And so that exercise equipment is flowing out. So it's really creating this space that like flows into that green space.
And the green space is there is obviously a portion of it that is completely open to the sky, and there's a portion that is capped by the Virendale system truss that goes over, right?
Yes, the part that is covered is just right here. So it's basically over this cafe. And
that's a double height, triple height, or 60 feet tall space?
It is 35 feet.
35 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, it's 35. It's 55 because it's the 35 and then it's the truss has, yeah.
And that's a space that is equally fully open to the alleyway and also equally express on 7th Street, completely open or is gated or fenced?
So we talked about it being fenced just because want to make sure that in the nighttime or any, like there can't be people in there, you know?
Right. Okay.
So I'm imagining it fenced off during the after hours. Let me see if there's anything else that. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And then
Right.
also having this event space over here, it opens out into like a sort of informal amphitheater so that if there's a huge event, like maybe there's a little stage here and people are sitting and listening. So just really having that program flow from inside to outside.
Oh, great.
Can I just say, relative to the overall project, I think the presentation's super clear. I think the project's super clear. And I guess this is probably my own kind of personal predilections about thinking about architecture. Is I'm looking for some messiness. I'm looking for the ways in which you're challenging the norm in some way. And I think that original drawing you have on the upper left is the moment where something else is emerging in the project that I don't think the building quite yet delivers on. And so if I look at that upper left image, you're talking about a kind of OMA-like three-dimensional mixing of programs where the separation between library, housing, and physical activity or public space is a bit more merged and blurred, right? Whereas the project itself relegates all of the program almost, except for at the ground floor, to strata delivered by horizontal floor plates, right? So if I look at the project, I think a couple of things that might really help this project for you is to question the programming relative to the section and actually look maybe at, since your parking garage is an automated parking garage, could you go down one story with the parking garage, allowing the elevators to drop down?
Yeah.
Sinking the parking structure down one floor, allowing the basketball court to show up at the level of the library and giving light and view to that level of the library. So now you're mixing physical activity with kind of mental activity of the library. That would also then help that upper roof area to get, I would say, maybe a slightly more interesting views across there as opposed to looking at the basketball court chain link fence. And then I would say the same thing relative to the kind of truss at that floor level and the library itself. It seems like there's more opportunity maybe there to mix housing with that public space or find some mid level between the two so that your relationship between floor to floor is a bit more contested, right? And I could even see the same thing happening up in the housing where the floor plate doesn't equal the circulation around. because I'm thinking about who's going to be living in the housing and what's my view when I look out. Well, I'm constantly going to have people at head level walking in front of my unit. You might be able to think about that much more as a brise-soleil condition and extend it out a little more and potentially drop it down 2 feet, right? That might allow you to ramp up to the door, making that a bit more of a kind of sectional spatial moment. But what it also might do is when you're in the apartment looking out, you get clear view with no one right at your eye height, right? That's a standing position. But I think there's an opportunity in the section to produce the mix you're describing in that first image. It would just take one other pass, which allows you to get beyond kind of, I have to produce a building, right? To then get to what's the spatial idea I'm trying to produce. And I don't think you're that far off from being able to do all that.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting point. Yeah, the idea of sort of shifting things, shifting the levels, because right now it is very just cut and dry, level, creating that sort of mixture and
it could be really
intrigue.
subtle.
Yeah, that could be
like
really
2-3
cool.
feet in some places, or you don't have the floor plates aren't equal. Maybe the housing is, but the library isn't, and therefore you can inbuild some of those shifts that occur to be kind of more synthetic with the idea.
Mm-hmm.
I want to start from there. This is a very interesting point. And I'm trying to, again, I'm going to try to bring a little bit of the overlap of thinking as an architect, but also thinking as a landscape designer. The shifting of the levels could both benefit quite a bit on mitigating a little bit like those direct visuals, but also helping you gain some floor depth as well, and understanding that maybe this is where nature could be potentially integrated into the building form, right? A little bit like what Stefano Boeri does in many of his high-rise towers, where he brings nature to be very exuberantly expressed in the facade. It's a mix of values that you can, again, it seems like you have brought in a very determined interest on navigating and exploring also the discipline of landscape and public realm and open space. Therefore, that could have been an opportunity, again, to bring the two together. From the architectural point of view, I have to say that I'm really pleased in the sort of like the how disciplined your drawings were made, the plans and the resolution of spaces, understanding circulation. They're really, really well executed. I also appreciate quite a bit the sort of like thought behind the definition of the spaces and the screening of light. I think it got to a level of very nice refinement, especially in the upper volumes. It got a little bit more crude, or not so much sophisticated at the very bottom of your massing. It reminds me a little bit of the Ferrater or Coderge kind of like approach with the screening and the panels. So I commend you for all of that, because it's important these days, when, especially for recent grads, that you guys really can be very disciplined in terms of handling and managing the proper way of representing and talking about architecture. So kudos to that effort, because I think the drawings look really, really, really neat and really well executed. I'm going to stop here, and then I'm going to come back with other comments.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, could you type the references you mentioned into the chat so that I could look at it in the future?
Nice.
Of course. Yeah.
I would love to pick up while you're typing that in. I'd love to pick up on the planning commentary, because I also, whenever I see the kind of perimeter hallway, let me see if I start moderating just to make sure. So I'm moving it around now.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Just making sure. So when I was looking at the upper floors and the planning that was present there, I'm always worried about that external corridor on a main street, and also the idea of a void space, allowing for publicity and privacy to be controlled fully. And I really commend you on the unit layout, where the living space pushes all the way through the unit to allow for the true circulation of the air, which you're trying to get, daylighting in the space, but also the establishment of a choice in terms of the publicity and privacy for the individual. I think the units are quite sound And it's even demonstrated at the ground plan in terms of how it's organized. I would just one suggestion to explore, or to ask you if you explored, if you can see where my green arrow is on this plan.
Mhm.
Did you entertain the idea of this corridor actually running east-west in this zone, and then prioritizing porches and what would be typically for an apartment building, the presence, the street presence, the face of the living unit being prioritized to the outer edge? Because you mentioned the idea of use of space at the ground level, and at the upper level, the use of these corridors most likely will be minimal. You're moving from one spot to another, and then you enter into your home for living. The extension of the living is the porch more so than the hall. And so I was wondering if you had explored just one variation. I totally understand it as a setback condition on the west side of your building here, but I think I don't quite understand the decision for this bar not to be flipped in a different orientation.
Mhm. I did think about that because another juror brought it up at midterm, actually,
Okay.
wondering why I was having the units south facing, the bedroom south facing, instead of having the living space south facing. But my decision to have the bedrooms face like inwards was just that idea of like the inwards being more private, looking down on that green space, looking down on the basketball courts, the outdoor kitchen, that from the bedroom and from the balcony space, and then having the corridor be more of a public area, like that your living room is facing, like your living room is against that corridor and you see your neighbor walk by or something like that, so it's
Right.
just that hierarchy of public and private that I was thinking of.
I like that answer, and it's most particular. That answer is more particular to, I would say, this unit type.
Mm-hmm.
Correct, where the
Yes.
living dog legs versus the living going straight through.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with that. So if I were to put the hallway through here, I would keep this same orientation. I would still keep that bedroom and that control to the hallway and that privacy control there. And I would keep the publicity back out to the street. So this
Mhm.
unit wouldn't flip. This wouldn't either. Well, this one would, to get your balcony out there. So basically you would exchange that block of program with this block of program in the new, or you would not, right? But I just think when you've dedicated this, one of the hearts of your scheme that I really like is that you're opening up and letting this building breathe among a tapestry of one-story buildings throughout this area. And you're giving space for activation on all sides, but then that activation, I just love when I can see that activation being considered all the way through the building. And I think that would make at least one scheme running through it to see what that would do and how it would change your perception of the living condition would be interesting. And my last comment in planning would be, there's potentially a similar exchange that could occur. I love the idea of the parking going down another level because it is just storage. And you did commit to doing this move, right? This alley going east-west on the ground floor. And that then allows access and loading and unloading of a car off in an alley at a very deep, dark space in the block where my green arrow is.
Yeah.
Where then the storage could be entered into for the car in this zone. And then this could still be a small strip to that street, but a majority of this program fits perfectly in a majority of that space here on this corner. And it just seems like you've made a major urban move in terms of opening this up as like this jewel box on the corner. And where you're located is almost the beginning of this district. It's like one block off 7th, if I understand it right. And so this could become a true marker. And I think the value of doing that is a little bit undermined by the parking being here versus maybe deeper in the block and hidden back in here. But it's just an idea in terms of general planning once you made the moves you made as a response.
That's definitely a good point. Yeah, having the parking more hidden would allow for the library to be sort of a bigger statement on that corner. I agree. I think
the beauty of automated parking is that you can also play with the configuration of how
Mhm.
compact that makes
Oh, yeah.
or is, right? So for example, your library, the same way your housing units an L shape, your library could have also been developed as an L shape. So you're fronting both Mateo and 7th Street with library activation. And then the parking could have been maybe more clustered in the center, almost like a core element that it was somewhat, I mean, maybe, facing the landscape, but, there could have been ways in which the whole things, the two elements could have been benefit from each other or complemented in some way.
It seems like too the automated parking as a system is somewhat interesting to look at. So if you could imagine even the second story of the library, how does light get into that space? If you actually got light into the parking and could look out from the library into that, you might start to associate even the parking and stacking of cars with the way that the books are organized in the library, right? And so you could start to play other games that are a little more subtle about organization and space and compactness and kind of the urban context that would allow you to take advantage of some of these, again, like your initial diagram, these strange relationships that are occurring and amplify the strangeness of those relationships so that ideally when I'm in the library, I'm very aware of both housing, public space, and the urban context in which I exist.
Mhm. Yeah, that was actually a consideration that we had made, that me and Sarah had talked about, having like the relationship between the stacking of the cars and the stacking of the books, and potentially opening up the library so that you could see glimpses into that automated parking. And yeah, that, I mean, it's a very cool idea. I just didn't get a chance to develop it, but I don't know. I'm not planning to abandon this project. I'm very passionate about it, so I might play around with that and see if I can explore that concept, because I do think it's very interesting.
Any last comment before we go to the next one?
Yeah, I wanna again commend you on. I know that this is architectural basic, like architectural basis degree and thesis, but I truly also appreciate your appetite for defining the landscape elements of your project. This is again an initial pass of beginning to determine or identify where you have the grown material, like the grass pads, and also understanding hard paving in some form. There is obviously, from the discipline point of view, other layers that could have been refined, and in terms of the building adjacencies of how you abut the buildings, how do you maintain the landscape, how do the different climatic conditions that you're creating on site may benefit or not, the positioning or the decision where you have trees and versus where you don't have trees, areas where grass probably is not going to do that well because it's constantly in shade. Aside from that, I do again appreciate quite a bit you taking also ownership of those spaces and taking a first pass of identifying circulation paths and programmatic layouts and giving this a full-on integrated approach. So
Thank you. I appreciate
I
it.
agree.
Thank you. All right. Josh, you're up.
Hello. David, Martin, Ed, it's nice to meet you. Thank you all for coming.
Great job, Opavi. Sorry.
Okay. Let me get my moderation. Perfect. Okay. Okay, let's begin. So, Adoration of Service, otherwise known as 909 South Santa Fe, acknowledges three distinctive congregations of people and questions how the implementation of a grid can create opportunities that showcase their shared beliefs of service, or rather duty. The grid acts as a regulating agency for how both individual and communal spaces are orchestrated. And the expansion and contraction along this grid allows for clusters of individualized cells to create an interstitial effect in which that space will be deemed public or communal or informal. The actions of these two very different congregations of people have the potential to produce very different outcomes. So, is there a formula for how these congregations of people can have the ability to communicate, to collaborate, and to install faith in each other under one roof? Located on the corner of Violet and Santa Fe Avenue, just south of 7th Street in downtown Los Angeles, the immediate context is home to various art studios, a depleted industrial core, and a rising houseless population, with over 10% of those being houseless veterans. With upwards of almost half of the structures vacant, the new 2040 zoning code redefines the character of this neighborhood through a drastic change in scale. So from an urban standpoint, this project intends to mediate the change in scale while maintaining ties to the site's industrialized past through the use of prefab and mass timber design. So to look a little bit beyond the immediate context, the project also bridges gaps between Skid Row, the Arts District, and then the once industrial red zone. The program of this site includes veteran supportive housing, and the secondary program includes PlayLab Art Collective, which is a multidisciplinary art studio located in downtown Los Angeles, as well as Chats, which is a nonprofit technical school for students, veterans, laborers alike, in order to learn the technical side of design and the computer softwares that are used in the construction industry. So the sort of programs connected together have sort of shared attributes of service in which their respective duties sort of go beyond their own congregation. So they all have the ability to communicate with one another. I also want to point out that there's the inclusion of a 7,000 square foot community park just south of the boundary, which was once an alleyway. So this is just another urban design tool in order to sort of create a precedent within the neighborhood to give more green space back to downtown Los Angeles. So the overall layout of program is pretty self-explanatory. The first 2 floors are for secondary program. We have 6 floors of housing, and then a main central void from top to bottom. And that's going to be used as a way to connect the 3 programs together. And you start to see in this diagram here that there's sort of a monolithic reading of the structure. And then as the massing starts to be broken down as you move upward, providing more abundant exterior green space for the veterans housing. And then looking at it from sort of the 5th elevation from the top view, that grid is maintained through the structure in which these clustering of units create the various interstitial spaces, which in this case is exterior circulation space. The overall sort of expression of the grid of the structure is maintained through the overall fenestration of the project. And while it can be broken down to a kit of parts, which it is, the reading is cohesive to the larger scale of the growing context that is brought up in the 2040 plan. So in order to understand the sort of scaling and sizing of this grid, it all goes back to this unit module, which is a 15 by 30 studio unit with a sort of simplified kit of parts in which there's one common plumbing wall with built-ins, and then the rest of the unit is open for individual interpretation. And then so the 1 bedroom and then the 2 bedroom / 3 bedroom units are derived from that 15 by 30 module. The 1 bedroom, you essentially add a 15 by 15 component, and then the 2 bedroom / 3 bedroom unit is essentially 2 1 bedrooms stacked on top of each other with a double height space for the living area. So now that there's an understanding for the unit module, I'll run through the plans a little bit. And so first, to point out, all 3 main entrances for all 3 programs are based off of the east facade of the building, which faces Santa Fe, which is the main sort of circulation corridor. There's a really diagrammatical way in which the program is laid out as a way to bring light to this centralized shared working space, which is sort of protected by the really programmatical elements of the project. I'd also like to point out that there's deliberate choices in terms of the material on the ground in order to promote circulation, which connects the northern part of the site off of Violet to have people move down and through the building and then back out to the park again. So in order to, let's look at some of the spaces that are on the ground level. This is the Play Labs Art Gallery. And then this is the Technical Schools Auditorium. And then moving upward to the second level, similar layout of program, and you start to see that the more sort of collaborative spaces for the respected programs start to bleed out into this sort of circulation band, which then overlooks that central space. Now, moving on, before looking at the housing plans, I want to first reference this section because I think it's important to note that there's a level of density to the project. And through this implementation of the module and the grid, there's variation of space. There's double height interior, double height exterior space. And when you start to break away at this density and take away some of the modules, there starts to become more exterior space and the overall form of the building starts to change. So the first level of housing here, it's very, very dense. The units are oriented outward, in which the corridor is the opposite of that. You look back down, or you look in and then back down into the shared working space, as you can see here in this view. And then what was once an interior void is now transitioned into an exterior courtyard space for the housing. And then what that starts to do is the density starts to be broken down more, and there starts to be the formation of the clusters of housing. And another thing to point out as well is that there starts to become a shifting element within the units along that grid, which creates variation on the exterior elevations as well as the way in which the interior elevations are interpreted. This section here, I think, really speaks to how there's sort of a compactness of the units, and then there's a lot of space that's allocated towards this circulation band, which centers that atrium space, and then as you move up, it transitions to exterior space, and that the units really act as sort of a protective element for the shared space. And then finally, one of the last plans, which is the seventh level, what was once interior circulation space is now completely exterior, and the sort of clusters of units start to really read better, and that there's a really interesting relationship between interior and exterior space. As you can see here, you start to look back down into the courtyard space and then beyond to downtown Los Angeles. So I'd like to finish up here on the elevations. I think it's important to note that in the plans and in the sections, while there could be argued that there is a hierarchy of space, it's really more about how the grid is utilized in order to scale up and scale down the spaces. And then that kind of is what dictates how the users utilize those spaces. Whereas in the elevations, because of the shifting and the pushing and pulling of those modules, what comes to the forefront is the sort of void space within all these elevations, in which the exterior communal spaces are brought to the forefront. So to conclude, this project's about mediating a widespread neighborhood change in scale while maintaining ties to the site's industrial past. And it's about combining 3 different user groups together under one structural framework that creates opportunities of collaboration and acceptance. Thank you very much.
Very clear. Thank you so much. This is Ed Akins. Can you explain this area? You're a few blocks off of Mateo, is that right? Just so I understand
Yes.
it a little more. It looks like there's additional development on down Violet, where a larger construction was going on when I was looking on the map. It's much farther down, but I could see it on the horizon. What is the character that you're situated in here of the streets?
Yeah, so currently, to the east, there's the AlphaCast Foundry and Mad Happy. So I don't see them going anywhere anytime soon. However, to the south, there's about 1 to 2 story bow truss structures, which most of those are vacant. And so we can sort of maybe hypothesize that those will be, or predict that those will be maybe torn down in the near future. And then to the west is more cold storage buildings. And then directly to the north of the site is the recording studio, which is about four stories high.
Okay, but the street character and the land use in the future is pretty much the same as what was happening on the other street.
Yes,
Okay, all right.
but that will
And-
change.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I wanted to just quickly commend you on the section drawing, not only just the detail section, but the building sections. It's very clear to see where you're considering insulation values, structural need for what you're proposing in terms of the landscape integrated with the building. And then I'm not sure if this is a standard detail. Sorry, I should start moderating. Here we go. If this is a standard detail for exterior to exterior, but you could make it more affordable by modifying the detail here at the balcony, where you could actually do a thermal break here in the building skin, and then have a structural support, which you probably already have in this zone, and a secondary structural support here, or even some other solution. But you could expose or modify the structure out here
Right.
to have it exposed. And then where you do have interior to exterior, this detail would work. But
Just to be clear, and I didn't really clarify that for everybody. Everybody's using heavy timber CLT.
right.
They basically come in these long panels, and they can cantilever a certain amount as long as there's that CLT is a kind of singular
Push through.
piece
Yeah.
that has to push through. So you can't really have a thermal break, but anyway,
Oh, right
we're getting
there.
too technical, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Since this is their second comprehensive, I just wanted to bring it up because there's such competency shown within it in an attempt to solve these problems. I'm really impressed by it.
Thank you.
Which makes it a great topic to look at. With living building, that the Candida building they built at Georgia Tech here, I was really curious about this cantilever on timber, and they actually introduced steel and then hung it for the balcony condition.
Mhm.
And they had a sequential construction video they did for it as well, because I was just really curious about that. And yeah, you probably won't get much transfer anyway through that wood, through that space, but just something to look at. But I just mentioned it because you've drawn it, and it's amazing, the thought you've put into kind of how you're putting this thing together. And I commend you on the project brief, which was given to you, which was to look at twins, affordability, twins, hybrids, right? Affordability and grid. You mentioned all three of those topics as generators for your design. And I really appreciated that. It was an echo of the charge that was given to you, which is a huge part of being a great architect. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you.
Just following up on that section, I also want to commend you on the level of detail and attention to every single aspect of all elements defined in this design. Directly into the section itself, I wonder to what degree, there was an opportunity to to simplify it a little bit, the expression or the termination of sectionally how the building comes to the far end. And I don't know if that planter section just simply as an element, it becomes in my mind based on the composition of some of the elegance of some other decisions a little bulky in my mind. So I'm not entirely registering again how is that being perceived through the whole assembly. But right now, my comment is to a level of specificity within the entire arrangement that I don't know, it's something again that I'm just having a little bit of a troubling adapting or attaching it to the elegance of other moves that you have in the system. I'm curious or intrigued on the first initial social analysis that you have on who would be the users and how do these three different, different agendas would interact or come together in your design. I'm curious if you gave that some sort of like additional thought on, is everybody mixed, irregularly in their assigned sort of spaces, or they would be congregated? Because it feels like each one of these also socially defined entities may have different needs, aspirations, or primarily needs in terms of like making sure that they are well attended and suited, or equally,
Yeah, absolutely. I for the art studios, there's 8 artists that are a part of PlayLab, so they each have their own individual working spaces. And then there is a wood shop, which can be shared between both the technical school and the art studio, because they do a lot of, the art studio does basically a bunch of different types of art. And I also was really intrigued in terms of bringing sort of a nonprofit school. So we're dealing with education, we're dealing with students, and then bringing a for-profit art studio in which, some of their clients are Bruno Mars, BMW, SF MoMA. And so to see how those can sort of benefit from each other, the artists benefiting from the young minds of the students and the laborers, and then also the students benefiting from learning how the ins and outs of the art trade and maybe the more technical aspects of it. So they each have their own designated sort of program that fits their needs. And then there's that main center space, which can be used in many different ways hopefully for collaboration.
Got it. I also wanna extend commend you on the level of attention that you put in a lot of the detailing of many elements. Anything again from the streetscape, delineation of materiality, understanding different paths, different textures, expanding that all the way again to the public realm, and creating some sort of like a cadence and sequencing of indoor, outdoor, or building, setting in relationship to the public realm. I think this is again fantastic. So commend you, highly on that level of thought. I feel like at the very beginning when you started with the grid, I'm always fascinated by the grid in itself, but it also can create a lot of constraints. But right. that initial conceptual diagram that you started with it really evolved and transformed itself to something very sophisticated. So it has this sort of like Paul Rudolph quality to it. And I think that again, the manipulation of the masses and the understanding that bringing some sort of like a beauty to manipulating that also came with extreme sophistication. I'm still somewhat in the same way, let's say the solid elements were highly manipulated. I'm somewhat, left with a little bit more appetite on how the glazing or some of the screening elements could have been played out maybe differently. Right now, the whole building got cladded with the same sort of like a glazing panel format or
Mhm.
or module. And I'm curious again, you know, like could you have added screen elements, vertical elements, even the modularity of the glazing could have vary or change
Right.
dramatically as you flip through the building. That would have given you again different ways of stressing hierarchies, you know, bringing other levels of privacy. Obviously, you know, understanding the environmental forces, the you know facing west versus facing north, facing
Right.
south. But again, I mean,
No, that's a great point.
I'm fascinated by the fact that even your sky is created as well, you know, in the representation. But I love the idea that you know, like you own it and you carry it all the way, even to the expression of how the building is sited in this sort of like a fifth ecology of the sky. So, but you know, these are like elements that again stresses a very rigorous methodology behind it, and I you know I really appreciate that.
It's a great point. Thank you.
Yeah, it's from the beginning when you started presenting it, I was just looking at all the visuals and the drawings and the representation. The quality of all of that together is to be commended. It is so taut. And I think one of the description of the grid and how that can be overwhelming at some moments. I know it is for me personally. I'm always finding ways to break out of whatever that constraint is. That you've done it really well within a really tight set of constraints. And you've actually given variety within that, which I think is pretty exceptional. So you, in many ways, you don't have to break the grid because you've thought very clearly about, particularly the kind of public spaces that shift out to the facade, that then link up to that corridor. So I'm looking at level 3 in particular, where you have these moments where there's public space that slips through and breaks the rhythm of the individual unit, and then the way that the individual units start to produce these kind of micro pockets within the hallway itself. And I wonder if there's not more opportunity there to start to engage that corridor space with another, because you talk about micro and macro a lot. And I can see that in the project. I wonder if there's a micro, like down to the level of even the description of those planters on the facade. Those have something to do with the landscape strategy, but it's a distributed landscape strategy as opposed to a continuous landscape strategy. You might begin to think of public space in that way, where rather than large clusters, there's also individual moments that you could find pockets for around this public space.
Right.
And I think one thing where I would say, and this is, you know, again, it's a kind of personal reaction to the project. I look at that core zone and the scale of the circulation around that, and I see tremendous tension there. You've got a grid, you've got a problem that equals a circulation. The circulation ends up being really large relative to the population because of the grid, right? So you get this strange space, and that's where maybe some of these pockets might help you to break down the scale of that corridor. But it also becomes a thing that drives all the way down to the ground level. So if we look at your ground level plan, you had this really nice idea down to the material of the paving of the ground, where public space slips through and connects the street to this kind of back park. But then because of the grid, you jam the middle of that full of stuff, where now I would never see my potential as a pedestrian to move through those spaces, because those are kind of hyper privatized spaces now. Right. So you've made this line that now I have to go on and off, and I can cross a lot, but I can never actually go along. And I wonder if there's a huge opportunity there to start to think about that indoor condition on the ground level, not as being constricted by the columns, but as being a much more loosely defined set of kind of internalized cabins if you need privacy, but also just then that space of office or workspace becomes that whole lobby-like area, right? So it's much more distributed, much more micro version as opposed to, right? And I
Right.
think then you might be able to produce these connections through. So there's a tight strategy with program, and then there's a loose strategy.
Hmm.
That looseness might also help you in the micro way of thinking about some of these details. That it gives you a little more freedom as the designer to invent conditions within this really rigid system
Hmm.
that actually adds to a bit of the mystery of when I'm moving around the space. I'm getting unexpected things that show up when everything else tells me this is super standardized and straightforward, right?
Right.
'Cause
I
think it's-
love what
think it's
Martin was
possible.
saying. Yeah, I agree on that wholeheartedly. But equally, this could have been also an opportunity to manifest landscape with a much more punchier sort of like statement, right? Rather than just pushing all the way to the side or to the bottom of it. This is an opportunity to, have something on terra firma, or equally, think about also again, parking is always relegated as this sort of like, sub-layer, berry. But, if it's automated, is this a capacity to bring some sort of like a sunken yard where the parking is also an experience. It's not something that is
Right.
completely, like berry. You bring light for the sake of ventilating the parking. Also, like there's something about the sustainability approach that you have on one of your sheets that is actually deployed holistically through the entire building. It's not just simply the unit and how you're flowing
Right.
air in and out passively, but it's an agenda that talks about water, for example, how water is handled through the entire building and how it percolates and is actually captured down below in a cistern, and then that fits back into irrigation for your planters, all of these green areas. So there's a story there that could have been unfolded in a much more holistic approach, in an understanding of the beauty of landscape as an element that is just not simply the parsley and the bird that just simply gets sprinkled around, but something that maybe manifests itself with something a little bit more robust.
Right.
I wonder too, in CLT projects, the way that they're represented most time, and I think that shows up in your overall building representations, is that it's all the same material. But I think when you draw the details of the balcony, you tell us something else, right? When Ed was talking about those details at the floor slab, which I have to say remind me of some of my Fair Tower North facade details of how you keep water out of these balconies that are up 60 stories, right? They are meticulous and beautiful, and you understand thermal, water, all of the interface issues. So that's really to be commended. But when I look at that, there's an opportunity there, or an opening for a different material to show up, which then becomes that macro-micro conversation again. How does the new material start to produce pattern? Does that new material have its own agency, meaning it slips interior or it does something else so that not everything is wood everywhere? Though I
Right.
know you're trying to express the wood, and part of the beauty of the CLT is that you're getting rid of interior finishes for the cost, right? So there's this balance always. But I think there's a moment there where there might be things that start to form ideas about that public space that's on the interior that has its own quality, or it has layers to it that might not be CLT wood, that starts to help maybe give a micro identity to those conditions that isn't whole. It isn't part of the whole, meaning that it's like an individual within the collective. It has
Right.
parts of the collective in it, right? So most of it's wood, but there are other things that allow you to solve kind of specific localized problem that may exist beyond the CLT grid structure. And I'm getting hyper picky with you here, right? Like
No, I think
we're
it's
having
great.
we're having a different conversation at the moment where we're talking, big concept married with CDs. How do you resolve this stuff? But you've given us enough to really begin to imagine this level of detail and thinking in the project.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, you might want to say you did test out earlier on having kind of a mixture of stucco and wood on the exterior. Maybe you can explain kind of why you moved to maybe a more consistent reading of the project.
Yeah, earlier in the semester, the sort of, if you look at the elevations, the way in which that the exterior spaces, how they sort of pop out and create their own form. Well, before even midterm, what I was doing was kind of doing that more so with like pockets of units. And then that was sort of a white material, but then it started to look a little bit more like typical housing would look, like a typical housing project would look, with those sort of stucco frames. And the reading was kind of getting blurred. But so now transitioning to have it all sort of wood, it was to kind of create that holistic attitude. So that we've been talking about for the last half an hour.
You know, a good reference to look at, especially with the mastering of the material, is the early buildings that Herzog and de Meuron did on wood, apartment buildings. They're not precisely CLT, but there is a level of refinement on, you know, the articulation and the finishing of wood as a screen or simply as a balcony that has a level of refinement and finesse that is superb, you know. And then I think that's the issue these days with the CLT, you know, the spanning and the massiveness of the structural elements of it, you know.
Right.
It's still getting to that feeling that all buildings that I'm seeing these days are like pretty rigid, pretty gridded in their form, and they haven't really been able to articulate that additional layer of still using wood, for example, but just simply being integrated. And I think, for example, there's sort of like a finished ceiling sort of studies that you have in these renderings, in my mind, begin to really maybe touch on that notion, right? How do you scale down the material so it brings a level of more of a nicer articulation, of a nicer filigree, right? Anyway.
Well, that's the macro tectonic conversation.
Yep, exactly.
I think maybe that's why partially the problem of the stucco is at the macro, just like the CLT is, and therefore it doesn't give you any distinction other than color, right?
Right.
And there might be something about, say, metal that would allow you to produce joints and details at that scale that are much more refined. But then metal might also allow you at certain moments to perforate and therefore dematerialize it. So it gives you a couple of other options within the material system to do other things than maybe what CLT allows you to do. Because you can imagine even with the CLT, you could start to, potentially you could start to CNC in patterns or other things into parts of it. And therefore you get a micro within the macro, right? There's a whole other level of thinking that goes into material where your kind of thesis idea could really start to take off.
Right. That's great. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, I would even, echoing back to that kind of loose fit that I long for in this project, the messiness of living. You've put in the entourage effectively, but it's almost like day one, move-in day entourage. I would love to see, you know, this thing 10 years, 20 years down the road where someone's not caring for their plants in their balcony, right? And someone is going crazy with it and it's jungle land. And that differentiation of living, I think, would just add to, it would give the project a patina that would be wonderful, because the wood will age, but maybe you explore differently. Instead of the stucco, which is, you know, battling maintenance and maintaining itself, look at materials just like wood that accept age and accept change over time. Because then they'll have this kind of similar to the program where you're talking about these two programs can work together beautifully, and they are different, but you find a synergy between them. Could there be other materials explored that allow and accept? Because I agree, I think stucco would have been one that does not accept that effectively. but other materials might. And you would show the building now and then the building 20 years later would just be a really nice conclusion, because by living in this space, the grid will get broken and become hidden at times, which will be a real beauty on this project. And I think even in the way you showed your elevations down at the bottom, I think you could lighten that background grid in the sky and you're already starting to allow for some of the ugliness of exposed power lines to be part of your narrative, to fit to place, even stop signs and things you can't control that get beyond your sight. I would embrace that in the way you represent it, because it will give it this other narrative piece of fitting in. That would be quite beautiful, and it'll just add to the richness of the proposal.
Thank you. That was great.
Thank
And
you.
you were all a great jury. Nice job, Josh.
Thank you.
We have Wendy's going to take over, and we're going to move to another room. You're welcome to peruse some of the other projects in this class and afterwards, and you all have the boards for all 6 sections. They're all quite nice, but different approaches to kind of a comprehensive project, which I think might be of interest to everybody, including especially all the educators out there. It's always interesting to see what everybody's up to. Anyway, nice to see you all. Hi, Wendy.
Hi there.
I'm leaving you, so
Okay.
you may not know these characters. So Martin, Ed, David, Wendy is our colleague and friend. So
Hi guys, thanks for joining us.
Thank you all so much.
Congrats, Josh. All right. We'll get started at 11. We have a little bit of time, and in that time, I will, Martin, David, and Ed, I'll introduce you to our neighborhood, which is different than Sarah's section and a different concentration and program type. So let me just share my screen. And what I'll also do is I'll put our concept board link into the chat in case you guys want to cruise around on your own. But we'll be able to see it on the share screen as well. So I'm sure that Sarah let you know that we are with the 5th year undergraduate capstone project, their culminating project for their 5th year professional degree at Cal Poly Pomona. And our neighborhood was along the LA River, east side and west side, between Olympic Boulevard and Washington Boulevard. So just sort of south of the Arts District and just north of Vernon. So historically a highly industrial area along the LA River, but one that's on both sides of the river changing quickly. Boyle Heights is on our east side. We've got the Sears building, and Soto Street is the first big street on the east side. And then on the west side, a few galleries. There's like a skate park over there, a few things happening, but it's still quite industrial on the west side of the river over there. The students did review the LA River master plan that's under review right now and quite likely to be implemented in areas along the river. So the 2 projects that you're going to see are not river adjacent, but they took under consideration how this neighborhood might change with those incoming bike lanes, bike paths, and kind of park improvements that'll be in the neighborhood. Other things I'll mention are the program types. So the students were encouraged in this section to think about community buildings, public buildings, recreation type buildings. So we have library here, we have some gyms, we have community centers and that type of public building. in our section, no housing. So you saw your housing this morning with Sarah, and we'll be definitely looking at different programs in the later part of the morning this morning. Do you have any questions for me about the projects?
Students had complete freedom to define or select their sites, right?
We gave them 9 in the
Okay.
area to choose from.
Okay.
This one was the one that was the infill site.
Okay.
So this one is on, like I mentioned, on the east side of the river off of 12th Street and Santa Fe. And it is on a Lorenzo will tell you, he's going to present first, on a sort of a quiet street that's right off of busy Santa Fe. And across from there is Suzanne Vilmetter's gallery. She has a new gallery over there, which is quite a heavy hitter. Used to be in Culver City. So those kinds of types of places are moving in. And this particular set of students, yes, they all could choose from the 9 sites, lots, which one they wanted, and they could choose basically what in the realm of a public community-based building they would like to program.
Where's Santa Fe in relationship to Soto?
It's on the other side of the river. So
Okay.
Soto, if you went,
I see Santa Fe now. Okay.
yeah, so Santa Fe is a kind of highly
I gotcha.
industrial strip that comes from downtown and it hits Washington, and that's like that's kind of the southwest corner of our
I gotcha.
total neighborhood.
Yeah, I was looking on the other side. Thanks.
Yeah, and like I said, Sandy and Lorenzo will have site plans with a kind of quarter-mile scale, so we can zoom in on those. So why don't we go ahead and get started? We'll do that now. I've shared my screen. Can everyone see that?
From very far.
Okay, we're gonna zoom in soon. Lorenzo's gonna do that for us. We'll have 30 minutes including the presentation for conversation. And Lorenzo, you can take us away.
All right. Hello, good morning. My name is Lorenzo Tayag. And so this project is a demonstration farm, which also doubles as a community garden. And so this project, it's become clear that human consumption of resources is unsustainable. And so this project addresses that issue by lessening the degrees of separation between people and our resources. So this project sits on 12th Street in Boyle Heights, west of the LA River. It's off Santa Fe, which is the busier street. And 12th Street is it's kind of off to the side, so it's a little bit more quiet, a little bit more pedestrian friendly. We can see here, this is Santa Fe that runs perpendicular to the view, and this is looking into the site. That current building there is the infill site wedged between these warehouse buildings. And we can see that building here kind of stitched together. So the site itself, again, is an infill site. So the process for the massing, we begin to build upwards. And because of the programming for this building, it was very important to pay attention to the way the building interacts with the sun. And it was important for the sunlight to be able to penetrate through the building. And so here, as we build vertically, we clear out and hollow out the interior of the building to create this atrium typology. And we also angle the roof 20 degrees in order to maximize the amount of sunlight that enters the building. So here we see kind of the program layout. So the programming was influenced largely by 2 factors. One would be the shadow and the way that sunlight interacts with the building. Here is a shadow diagram between various times during summer solstice as well as winter solstice. And The program, which inhabits people occupants and doesn't really require as much growing areas, would naturally be in the shadier parts of the building. So it would be the lower floors as well as the north side of the building. And the main procession through the building would be this winding stairway that runs through the atrium of the building. And so I wanted to have program that lined up along the stairway so that as you proceed through the stairway at these various landing points, there is kind of a point of interest other than just a growing area. And so on that second floor, we have like the office space. And on that third floor, we have like an educational classroom. So here we see a vegetable diagram, and it's just to give an idea of what type of produce is to be grown in the project, but also it relates to the occupants and kind of who's invited into the building. Of course, we have people who have never really gardened before, and we're kind of bringing the gardening experience into the urban context. And so maybe there's these beginner gardeners that don't have experience and they can receive educational classes and kind of get help with that. And maybe we have expert gardeners who are able to handle maybe more delicate vegetables or just trickier vegetables. And that kind of also relates to maybe what parts of the building is allocated towards each occupant. Maybe certain parts of the building receive more shade. And so it would be a little bit of a trickier area to be gardening in. And so here we have the floor plan, and the way you would enter the building is through the northwest corner of the site. And so that way, off of Santa Fe, you would kind of be able to get a peek at that building, and you'd be able to see the entrance into the building. In this rendering, you can see the garage type doors that would be the entrance to the building. You would enter into this kind of vestibule where occupants can kind of choose where they kind of require to go. You can go straight into like the retail space. Of course, the stairs right in front, you'll be able to lead right into the main procession. Or you can also head towards the back to this kind of preparation lounge storage type area. And as we proceed, second floor, there's that office space, as well as growing areas over here on the south side. And as we continue, the floors actually are dirt. And so they would be able to choose kind of where they would want to grow on this entire floor. And from this central stairway, they'd be able to look down onto the previous floors. And it's not depicted here, but there is a fifth floor. And here you can kind of see this is kind of on that fifth floor stairway, looking down onto the fourth floor and into that central atrium space. And so kind of mentioned a while ago, so the first and second floors are just a concrete and steel decking. This is a type 2 building construction. And the floors above that, so floors 3, 4, and 5, are actually constructed like green roofs in order to utilize the entire floor as a growing space. And here you can see that in section, the dirt floors, as well as how sunlight affects each of these floors, particularly in this section at noon. And you can see how it kind of penetrates through the building. So for the facade materials, I've chosen channel glass, excuse me, channel glass, of course, for the transparency and for maximum amount of sunlight. And I've also chosen Corten steel. So Corten steel kind of covers the areas with human occupancy and where you would want more enclosure. Of course, plant life and humans kind of require a different type of environment, and it wouldn't be, the temperatures wouldn't be so comfortable necessarily in the greenhouse. So these Corten steel coverings kind of denote the areas where the classroom would be, the retail space, the office would be where it would be a much cooler enclosure. And here we have a layering diagram of the systems, particularly HVAC and the water systems. And I think it's important to express these different systems for various reasons. So for the first reason, being directly tied to the issue that this project is trying to address. So by having these systems exposed and kind of in the face of occupants, you kind of lay out the infrastructure and show the occupants what it takes to really run this type of program in this building. Because a lot of times these types of systems are hidden in buildings, and so you don't really get to experience or see what goes into that type of building. And also, as this project has been developed, this project really reads as a planar project that kind of stacks on top of each other. And so by having these systems kind of exposed, it creates a depth and a layering in this project that I think kind of is shown here in this render. And so you get to really feel that layering. And along with that, kind of feeling the layering of that infrastructure, I think that this project is a very sensory project. And like as you kind of move into the building, you're gardening, you're touching the dirt, you're touching the vegetables, you see the sunlight, how it interacts with the space. You would feel, like the water misting, and you would hear the water misting as these various systems kind of activate and play into the building. So here's just an overall view of that type of space, kind of how light would be in this space. And here's kind of a view of the occupants kind of just using that first level. So in summary, this building is essentially a large-scale greenhouse, which attempts to address the issue of overconsumption of human resources. So thank you.
Thanks, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, what happens at the very top floor where you're really, like canting the roof and making a really important expression both internally and externally and spatially? Is there something particularly different plan on that?
So the very top floor is still growing area. And in some sense, it kind of, it's almost contradictory in that the top floor is the prime growing area because it receives the most sunlight. But at the same time, you want to minimize the square footage at the very top to allow sunlight to go to the bottom. And so really that floor itself is just growing area. And above that, in kind of that roof section, I imagined I would have mechanical systems. So you can kind of see in that right section there, I kind of show the HVAC system that kind of sits in this attic type space.
I see. And speaking of systems, just verifying, and it probably it is, but the whole structural integrity of the building, especially internally, as you begin to carve, are all of these cantilevers, like, can you just quickly give me a glimpse of, how structure is integrated into this whole assembly?
Right. So I think it's probably best shown in the isometric.
The isometric, right?
Yes, and really, it's structurally it was imagined as a steel cage, which these steel beams and the concrete decking is kind of suspended in.
So you will be hanging everything from, let's say, this sort of like top truss?
I'm sorry. I think suspended is not necessarily the right word.
Okay.
But I think that it is supposed to be held together from the kind of the center of the project.
So this sort of like center element that is shown at the very bottom of that axon is something
right.
that I should imagining extruded or
Yes.
expanding all the way through.
Right, correct.
It's just not simply shown in that. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, one more time. What's expanded all the way through? I see
Um,
custom perimeter beams, right? Steel beams in this diagram.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, moderation didn't turn on, so I couldn't. I can't move to the. I think if you're looking at the structural isometric diagram.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like custom steel perimeter beams for all the atrium cuts. So the grid doesn't continue, but I think the structural integrity, like how you resolve those cantilevers, is really important. And if they are cantilevers, or if there's this perimeter beam that's somehow resolving things, a little confused in that zone, especially where the grid gets broken, or where there's an extreme of primary structure, which seems to be the perimeter. And I think hanging might be a solution, which was just mentioned potentially.
Yeah, I think probably the solution that
Right.
Might be the only one right now.
You backpedal on saying it, but maybe I think the best way to really sort that out is possibly from the top down.
Yeah, because that's your consistent structure above going to perimeter. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, so kind of just to clarify, it'd be like there's just not enough like column support to be able to support that the floors themselves, right?
Yeah.
Understand.
Seems to be. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And also, you're talking about efficiency of resources, right? And the deployment of resources to create food, to allow for inhabitation and use in an urban setting. Did you consider that in your structural decision making in terms of, excess versus minimalism, in terms of the deployment of material or the specialization of materials that you're having to use? And then my second question would be about the facade and how permeable the floors are, because I understand the garage doors at the bottom, but then after that, I don't quite understand the permeability of the system.
So I'm sorry. So can you clarify the question about the deployment
first one?
of?
Right. Yeah. The first was just efficiency of structure, efficiency of using resources, because you've mentioned that several times and how important it is. And we stop depleting resources in excess. How does your selection of this form, this building, these void cuts echo that as a strategy for architecture? Mm-hmm. And then the second is just help me after that understand the skin that clads the structure. How does it fit into a systems approach for operation for efficiency?
I see. I think that in developing this project, I had to choose how I wanted to approach efficiency, especially in terms of like being able to grow vegetables and kind of producing that resource. And I think that I definitely focused more on the experience that a user would have in using the building. And so I think that the building materials in itself and the deployment of the building materials itself was definitely not a focus when I was like through the process of this project. And also for the building facade, so the only permeable points of the facade would be that front corner through those garage doors, and also the back of the facade. It is the south side, and it kind of connects to this back alleyway where I imagine a like box truck would be able to come in and drop things off.
And the rest is completely enclosed through the channel glass glazing?
Correct.
All right. Yeah, I think you're going to have several issues there with, of course, humidity, moisture control, and then human comfort in the space. And then to allow for human comfort, you're going to have to over condition. And again, the resources, the guiding premise, I think it undermines it if more passive systems aren't deployed as a strategy, and maybe even active facade systems that show what technology can do to offset what your program is doing internally. Because a program internally and the radiant energy is definitely impacting this building as the primary driver of design. I would say more so than experience, and the experience will come from that response instead of driving the absence of that response. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is by looking at these building systems, it'll in turn create that experience through the efficiency of those tools, right? Understand.
And their presence, their very presence becomes the aesthetic, and
Right.
your building seems to be set up for it, and it nods to that where you expect it. But then I just don't see the systems diagram that truly talks about the mechanized and the passive components at play, and then how they inform an aesthetic. How do they inform experience? So
Right.
Yeah, I'll just pick up there, and I'd go back a little bit to first principles almost of the problem. You've set up a problem that looks at the zoning of the site, imagines the zoning for a kind of standard building, and then you impose upon the standard building a typology that has no standard at the moment, right? And so somewhere in between there, you're fighting what the program of farm needs in terms of environmental, and then combining that with the experience of a public that's going to use this, right? And those are, as just was described by Ed very eloquently, those are in many times very contradictory, both in terms of performance and comfort. And I think if you were to look back at kind of first principles of the problem, you might realize that rather than making a single structure that you then have to carve away to get light, you might actually imagine that part of the structure is farm. And farm has an orientation that maximizes the ability of the farm to work. And then the other ancillary elements that are much more about human occupation, though humans work through that entire volume of whatever the farm is, that somehow those interface with the chunk that equals the farm in a way that maximizes kind of experiential spatial relationships with that, but doesn't overburden it with all the other systems required to make the farm work, right? So it's almost like 2 or 3 buildings that fuse, and the 2 or 3 buildings are pretty low to the ground, but the farm itself, because you're in a dense urban lot, kind of wants to go vertical and kind of wants to tip a little bit to maximize solar exposure. And out of that, you get a really amazing project driven by the requirements of these various systems, to where now you can totally express the systems of the project, which seems to be where the aesthetic is going for you, and you seem very interested in that. But at the moment, it's kind of it's not quite as synthetic to the problem as the project offers, right? And I think it all goes back. If I look at the section and the kind of hipped roof of it, immediately I'm going, okay, wait a minute. Are you trying to make a thing that seems like it fits in a city? And so there's this image of the roof that sloped to get water off that kind of doesn't belong with the project. So that was my first thing, is like, oh, wait a minute. And then the whole conversation about structure is like, well, if you're going to use that truss up there, then you might as well really use it and suspend everything off of it, because all the curves in the floor plan are immediately contradictory to the kind of structural logic, right? So you've been given multiple ways in which you could make this project start to be a little more synthetic, right? That it starts to work together and layers very well. But I would just take you back to the kind of first principle, and to acknowledge in maybe your own process where you imposed onto the problem an expectation of what the project needed to be, versus really looking at what the problem was and letting the problem take you somewhere really unexpected, you know? And there's a value to learn that. It's a very difficult thing, given that all the requirements of the project that you guys are given, which is a fully kind of detailed project. There's a lot to deal with. We have this a lot at Kentucky, where we give students the integrated studio, and in many cases, the integration overtakes the concept because there's so little time to reiterate a problem because you're just trying to get through all the requirements of that studio, right?
That's the truth. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a tricky spot to be in, but I think given what you started with and where you've pushed it to, I'm giving you an outside perspective of maybe first principles need to be relooked at, but given where you are, I think all the comments you've received so far are pushing it in a direction where you could tighten the thing up to make it work much better. And that would have to do with passive systems within the building and the structural logic of how these floor plates. And if you could do a little bit of both of those, it would kind of resolve this version of the project, right?
Right.
Just in the same way you calibrate a thermostat, I want to say that there's aspects of your project that are extremely sophisticated as far as their thinking and the resolution and the modeling, that went in through, like for example, this image, like you really pay attention on, modeling the trusses, some of the pipes, like really understanding a lot of these elements. And I heavily appreciate that. I think there's something also very, very intriguing as far as the graphic system that you employ to describe the project. Something a little bit more. It has a little bit of your own personal artistic, agenda here, which I value a lot. I also appreciate, like sort of like grounding us a little bit from this sort of like a site survey, a little bit of the flavor of this place, the photographs, the boots on the ground type of, I think that's extremely valuable. A lot of times, like people disregard or forget about that, for strangers or outsiders like us, a site photo, just simply a couple of site photos are game changers, right? So I think this is where a project where a little bit of that fine tuning, like the maybe again, I feel like things that were still not like fully flushed out as far as like understanding farming, vertical farming, the different ways, and you can do that, from aeroponics, hydroponics, vertical systems, or flatbeds. Is there an opportunity here to begin to mix and add, additional value, right? As I move vertically through this whole, building, I get to experience, I get to flavor, I get to learn about different ways of indoor farming, for example. And that also how it complements the type of spaces or educational aspects of that, et cetera, et cetera. There's, again, elements of the farming. I find one of the parts that I'm most conflicted is that this is a project that is more in this almost like futuristic way of thinking about next steps of, like urban infill farming, so it has a little bit of that vibe of almost like a lot of this British architect, like the Grimshaw, Norman Foster, highly sophisticated, well thought out, all systems fully integrated. But at the same time, this sort of like a approach to farming where you have kind of like the guy with a hat, like handling the crops. In my mind, it's a bit conflicting in a way, like this is I imagine this project again, a system where all of these sort of like very basic mundane ways of like outdoor farming are taken to a level of sophistication where everything is like almost like mechanized or the environments are manipulated in a way that are like pristine, So that is something that maybe is a sub layer of the conceptual approach of the farming being plugged into a system that is supposed to be super sophisticated and super, let's say, in the forefront of the next generation of food producing environment that is somewhat conflicting in my mind.
Right. I think I just kind of wanted to comment on that. I mean, I 100%, I totally think that that's right. I think for me in the conception of the project, because like I feel like to a certain extent that having this highly sophisticated mechanized kind of systems, not that I think that this project shouldn't have more passive systems being put into play, but I think that I really wanted to emphasize the fact that people have to go there and like actually get dirty and kind of be a part of the process. And I feel like by over mechanizing certain processes, it takes a little bit away from that experience.
Yes,
Well,
but then there's something about the tectonics, I guess, selected for the two things to come together that in my mind, again, if it's all steel, you know, like all these sharp edges and all that, you know, like going back to probably Ed or Martin's comment, you know, like there's something about water in an environment like this where if everything is metal, you know, like I would imagine that the maintenance and the life cycle of this material is just going to be super compromised, right?
Right.
When you're abutting a planting bed all the way to the facade, you know, what does that mean in terms of like moisture, you know, all of a sudden, you know, like impacting your glazing, you know, like the ventilation of that, you know, like how do you avoid condensation on the glazing, but at the same time do not compromise how the crops, you know, like there's all these, again, very, very more granular aspects of the thermal values and the performance of the two things coming together. That is very interesting, and I applaud that you're challenging, you know, the arena, because that's what a thesis project is, you know, like forward thinking and maybe, you know, bringing more the what if, you know, like this. But equally, you know, if you're gonna go into that arena, you know, you can begin to at least make sure that you're buffered a little bit, you know, just from the typical obvious kind of like effects of these decisions would you know inevitably cause.
Can I pick up a little bit there and just say that the aspirations of the project to make sure that people know where their food comes and to minimize food waste is a really great aspiration. But I think at a certain point that aspiration needs to be tempered against the reality of the problem you're producing. And it seems like you could educate people about food waste and where food comes from without having to give up the potential for a more sophisticated way of farming, right? That I think your project ultimately proposes. I don't see your project as a one-off project in Southeast downtown Los Angeles, right? It's like there's a system of these things that show up all over the 140 cities that make up the urban region of Los Angeles, right? There's a system of these that show up that allow for a reduction in greenhouse gases, a reduction in trips, a reduction in waste, that become a version of the local market that used to exist in a lot of these communities, that now my relationship to that space is one of an awareness of where food is coming from, an awareness of how much more sophisticated this way of farming is than relying on Central Valley and major production and huge farming, right? That all of a sudden you're kind of upending this model in what I would say is a very smart way, but you kind of almost need to push it to its logical or illogical extreme, right? Where this idea all of a sudden subverts what we know as farming, and it brings it back to a very local position. You know, again, this is like a super Los Angeles project, right? In Kentucky, this is not as much of a problem, though it still exists, because I'm 15 minutes from beautiful landscape, except that landscape is for horses, right? For you, it's a very different thing. I'm 4 hours drive in some cases from being able to find a plot of land that might be useful to me as an individual. And I think you should really lean into that.
Yeah. And I would just add
I'll just let Ed say one last thing, then we got to move on.
Oh, okay. I would just add from the previous comment. I think you conflated the active user in the space with the architecture's role in the space. That was the intent of a comment. Because your response was that people need to learn to get dirty or to engage with the dirt. And that is a true value, but I think it's an even more important value with architects, that we have to get dirty in the details and the specificity of our buildings. And especially when we have said that a building is going to do something that's out of the norm, then it's incumbent upon us to validate that logic and that acceptance of something different in an enclosed space, because we're still held to our primary field of expertise, and we need to demonstrate it. So I would say, as a student moving into being an architect, get dirty with this thing, embrace the things that now introduce a challenge to a project that are very specific to the project, each one you get. Even, and I'll just mention this, you've got some parking off of that alley right at the entry to your building. That's an inefficient use of resources, unless they're all electric cars. So in your project, I would say those are electric car spots. There is solar charging for them. And it's something that sounds mundane, but it's this everyday application of your thought that you want to just drive it home in every project you do. And so just embrace the common stuff and the mud of architecture as you're making and creating. And like was just stated, it's a fascinating proposal. And then that next step of the proposal, I think, is where you could strengthen your skill sets and just do amazing work out in the world.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
I really appreciate everybody's comments.
Congratulations, Lorenzo.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, you guys. Excellent comments. And we're going to move to Sandy next.
Hello.
Hey, Sandy. You can go ahead and moderate.
Okay,
Hello.
so hello. My name is Sandy Diogaigai, and my project is a library and resource center in Boyle Heights. So my goal for the library is to create an environment that encourages learning and exploration. And while I was curating the resource center, I wanted to cater towards the Boyle Heights population that is single parents, specifically single mothers. When I was researching the area, I saw that 38% of the households in Boyle Heights are single mothers that have children under 18. So that's why I put an emphasis on workspace as well as workshop space and children's spaces that allow them to pursue their passions, whether it be educational, career, or family. So here's the view of my architecture as you're coming in through 12th Street. So my building is on the infill lot, and it is in an industrial area. And this is the overall massing. So here is the first floor plan that is also part of my site plan. So it shows where you enter through 12th Street off of Santa Fe. My parking is surface parking, and here is also truck clearance because I also have a donation center in the back of my building as part of my resource center. And then while I'm here, I'm also going to explain the first floor. So here's the first floor that holds most of my resource center areas. So it contains like cafe seating and an open computer space, offices, as well as workshop space and the multi-purpose rooms. So these areas would have glazing to make it seem more of a free plan area. And the way that I divided my room was through a structural column grid where each grid line is 10 feet by 10 feet and the columns are 20 feet apart. So that's how I arranged the space. Here is how my building looks overall. And formally, I created a system of interlocking volumes because of the two programs that I am tackling in this project, I made 2 volumes, extruded them, and then I made an interlocking section. So it tiers from shortest to tallest. The shortest section being representative of my resource center, the tallest section being representative of the library, and the middle core that is representative of the interconnecting spaces that intertwine them together. Here's my programmatic diagram. As I explained before, most of my resource center areas are on the first floor. And when looking at this, my resource center programs are highlighted in blue. And they're concentrated mostly on the first and second floor. And my library spaces are mostly pushed to the back. And it goes throughout the entire building. And those are the areas highlighted in like peaches and oranges. So with the aesthetic of my architecture, both exterior-wise and interior-wise, I was inspired by the industrial area of Boyle Heights. And in the area, there are many like warehouse buildings. So in the main entrances are warehouse doors. And I was also inspired by the structural system. So as I will show later, I put heavy emphasis on the interior structure and how it's exposed on the inside. All right, so these are my floor plans. So the second floor is where I focus more on the children's spaces. So there is an enclosed daycare, a multi-purpose room, a seating area that I intend to make study spaces as well as tutoring spaces for those who need those resources, computer labs, and I also created a system of unique stacks that are in a more curved shape that also act as seating so that children can explore those areas, as well as be more tactile and learn with them. My third and fourth floor are more common stack spaces, so I'll be talking about them together. So here is going to be more private study rooms for students or people who want to conduct meetings or if they want to study together and collaborate. There are more condensed stacks over here to signify that it is a more quiet space. And there's also seating around this open space atrium that looks down. I also included an outdoor space that allows for outdoor studying spaces. And here is my fifth floor, which is a more secluded area space. While studying libraries, I noticed that the top floor was always the most quiet floor. So I wanted that to be an area that allows for people to learn in a more secluded area in case they are unable to focus in like more open spaces and if they thrive in like more closed and dense spaces for their education. But I also included an outdoor area in that space so it doesn't seem more closed and to allow them to walk out and take a break if needed because they aren't connected to the interior atrium space. Here is my area diagram that explains how I arrange the furniture through the grid system, as well as like help emphasize the fact that it is mostly it is divided in sonic level. So here we have a more free plan area in the first floor. And as we go up, we still see more openness as well as computer labs. And here is the children's space that I was talking about where I created custom book stacks. Here's the connective common study space. And here is the more secluded study space. My project was created on a steel structure that includes a series of bracing, as shown over here, that goes through multiple floors. And here is how the column grid looks when it's projected. And it's also how I divided my spaces. I have windows on the west side of my building, so I wanted to show how the larger windows would react with the sun. So here is how it looks at 9 a.m., how it looks at noon, how it looks at 3, and how it looks at 4 during the springtime. And on that area, I do have shading on the patio, as well as I utilize the adjacent buildings to help with my shading. Here's my wall section showing the thick floors that help support the heavy stacks, as well as a glimpse into like how my structure is exposed on the inside, as well as how glazing is used on interior walls in order to show how my building is laid out. So in this case, we're looking at the children's space, but then behind them is a wall that separates them from the nursery. So if you walk through it, you'd be able to pass by the nursery and look inside of it, but then it's still an enclosed space, so it's still a controlled space. All right, here are my sections that also express the interior structure within, as well as my inclusion of vertical railing on my staircase to express elongation and airiness in a very voluminous project. Here it is again demonstrating what I said prior to this, but then this also shows my separation of spaces, where this area with the larger window area is pointing towards like the seated areas, while this area that's more like that is less dense in windows are pointing towards the stacks, so they aren't interfered with as much sunlight, so they don't get damaged as much. So with my resource center and library, I wanted to utilize the middle as a connective piece. So that is my interior atrium that is incorporated with a more grand staircase that incorporates vertical railing to emphasize spaciousness and airiness and elongation within the building, so it doesn't look as tight and concealed inside. On my elevations, I would like to demonstrate the two different window typologies that I use. So like I said before, the larger windows indicate seating and more collaborative spaces within the building. So this would be the north elevation, and on the south elevation, that's where I do have most of my stacks and books. So I use a less concentrated amount of windows, as well as change the width in them so that they're skinnier and don't interfere as much. Before I move on to my views, I would like to talk about the seating that I created. In a lot of children's libraries that I've researched, there were a lot of customized seating, as well as book stacks, to allow exploration and to encourage children to like walk around and explore what they have. So I used a system of semicircles, and I created a seating bench, as well as on the other side, a stacks. So I chose this type of shape to emphasize linking, because I felt that this type of shape would allow for different variations on how these bookshelves can be put together and how people can maneuver the space. So my exterior and interior views do contrast each other, where the outside looks like very dense and voluminous, but then my interior motive is to create a more open space within. So I wanted to express that through my renders. So here is the entrance where you see people going into the building through those garage doors. But then inside, you're welcomed into this free plan where people are moving around freely. And I also wanted to show how the stairs can also be utilized as a seating space due to their size. And this is supposed to show the adjacency of the narrow alleyway to right next to the building. But in contrast to that, I wanted to show the openness of how the space is emphasized through the vertical railing and how it doesn't look as narrow and dense as it might look from the exterior. Here I wanted to show how the balcony would look overlooking Boyle Heights. While over here, I wanted to show how children would interact in those custom book stacks that I have curated. The last images show how the interior walls have glazing. So this would be on the first floor demonstrating the workshop and how passerbyers can be able to see people working in the space. And for these two pictures, I want to show how the architecture can be emphasized through the functions. So I divided my stacks while using the column grid system, and I wanted to show how much can fit within and how it would look against the industrial nature of the building. And over here, this is a children's study space, and I wanted to show the elongation of the windows as well as the cross bracing within and how it emphasizes the space. So my project overall, I wanted to encourage exploration and education and learning inside the building. And I wanted to create a connectivity to the connection with the environment of Boyle Heights. Yeah. And
Sandy. Oh,
oh,
I cut you off. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I wanted to use this architecture to encourage younger people to continue their education and not have anything like having a family or having children stop them, and allow them to give them the opportunities to continue on.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And jurors, please let us know if there's any particular drawing or sheet you'd like us to return to.
I think it's allowing us to move around now in it, so that's good. What's the primary structure one more time? And on your building, just real quick, it's steel, right?
Yeah, I use steel structure with a series of bracing in order to support the walls, and I also used a column grid to support the floors.
Okay, and then the bracing seems to be a little excessive. I think you could, I don't know how much you studied it, but I think within different planes in the building, you could stiffen, let's say a single run. You could stiffen it with a singular move with the cross bracing and maybe two of the diagonal, depending on which one you choose in each bay or each row or column, to minimize perhaps its presence throughout the building. Because it is just bracing, it isn't a transfer of load, it appears, from any large opening. But it might be one small edit you could apply to it to see what that does if it wasn't necessary. And then I'm really interested, you talk about the presence exterior versus the interior, but your building facade seems to echo as an interior finish on the inside of the building. So can you talk about that assembly of the exterior wall and your attitude towards that? Because you did mention a few times this interior versus exterior experience, but in your renderings, it looks like the exterior facade tends to echo in panelization or in some form back to the interior.
For my exterior, I'm just trying to comprehend what you tried to say.
Just the exterior assembly,
yeah.
your exterior walls. What's your attitude on the outside finish and the inside finish, and what story is being told there?
My exterior wall was meant to be more of a dense type of, it was supposed to give them more appearance of density, which is why I made the cladding a lot more narrow. So that I also continued the cladding onto the glazing to make it more continuous. And because I wanted to show density, I wanted to contrast that with the interior expression where I wanted to look more freeing and open, if that makes sense.
I understand the open and breathing space on the interior volumetrically and with your atrium cut, but I'm just trying to understand the reading. So if you go back to your wall section and your exterior plan elevation, if you were to do that same elevation of the interior experience, would it look exactly the same or would it be different?
If I were to do
The elevation on the right.
if we're to look at just this wall, it would look similar except for the cross bracing exposed underneath it. Is
Okay.
that what you're trying to ask?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just picking up on your verbal description of the building, which continually stated kind of this joy and discovery that would occur once you move through the threshold of the building and deeper into the building to understand it. And I can see that difference in the volumes and perhaps in some materials, but I think that immediate reading of the building, there's an echo of it on the inside, and I'm still not sure if that's the right move or the wrong move. I was just trying to understand it a little more. If you had thought about the surfaces, exterior facade to interior wall, on those exterior walls, what that story is, because it seemed to be an important part of your narrative.
Okay.
But I think I understand it now. It echoes through, and the only difference is seeing the primary structural grid. Okay.
I feel a little bit against the fence here. There are aspects of your building that are very elegant and very well thought out and very sophisticated. I appreciate that quite a lot, both from the representational point of view and also on how, again, you have, like brought in a level of detail as far as, for example, the structural integrity and the assembly of all the components, industrial like a cross section that you have for all the details. But I'm somewhat finding myself struggling a little bit on the scale of the building, the scale of the spaces, and how the program also it's integrated into it. Especially, for example, when you look at section B, right? There is something quite, again, elegant, almost like a museum-like, type of experience in terms of the structural grandeur of some of these elements and openings. But then when you look at, for example, the library aspect of it, the books, in comparison to the scale of the definition of the floor sandwich and the height of the spaces, there's something that I'm just like, well, it's, are you really accomplishing a type of building that is suited for a diverse community, that is playful, that is a little bit more of the, responsive to the type of wear and tear and kind of like the experience that you want to be offered to the community? Or you're just simply, like creating a building and an environment that is maybe suited better for something else? I don't know. I mean, I'm right now, again, it's just the first gut reaction, and I'm just somewhat interested to hear your response, and also hear Wendy's and the other jurors' response on this first initial take.
Yeah. So this specific area of Boyle Heights, it is mainly industrial, but then there are different areas that are popping up around, like in the same lot there is an indoor skate park, and then like in the buildings around it there are also art galleries and maker spaces that are also starting to show up in this area. So I wanted to create another space for people to work and for people to interact with this environment, especially with the upcoming master plan and trying to be a more welcoming area. I thought that this would be a good idea to put a library in so that it's more open. Like if people wanted to work, they didn't have to go to like a maker space. It's close enough to a skate park so people can interact with those areas too. So I thought it would be a good addition.
Okay. I mean, I think the response makes a ton of logic. I probably feel, I don't know, maybe in the way the building was resolved then, as far as bringing maybe an additional layer of variety, right? Say the first floor is the open, more the communal space. The second floor and third floor are the maker space, and then the other floors become. That I think could have given you a little bit more of a ample menu to bring a little bit more playfulness in terms of the architectural moves, right? It feels like the massing, you're getting to something very interesting. But again, when you look at the plans, like the definition of the central core and the openings is pretty standard. The way, the furnishing and the definition of space is also somewhat partially very static. So, I'm trying to, also the way the building is cladded and the openings, that's where I think you bring a little bit more variety. But again, this is an opportunity where you could have begin to shift it a little bit more of the openings, the courts, the cladding of the building, the terraces. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's again, there's a lot of great value in a lot of the moves that you have, but I don't know if there's something about that could have been amplified to that additional level of what you just said. That there is a maker space. What is that? What does that actually mean? Can that actually transform or be evolved into a configuration of a floor that is purely a series of workshops, right? More for the people to come in, and you have the wood shop, the metal shop, like the painters, that could have given you, I guess, an additional richness to how you begin to modify the building a little bit to better serve and give you a little bit more substance or menu to offer back to the people, right?
Okay.
I'll pick up on that a little bit and just say, as the architect of the project, you bring something to the problem that exists outside of the problem, right? You bring your own attitude, your own history, your own way of thinking to then think about the problem that you're given. In this case, you're inventing your problem. And so at one scale, the invention of the problem of the library within this community is a very smart, thoughtful consideration, right? At an urban scale, you even talked about the relationship of this program to its environment and how there are other opportunities in the local environment to where this library starts to potentially stitch together with other, say, social, civic opportunities. At that level, I think the project's really smart. But then it starts to become this diagram, and I'm focused on the massing diagram you show us at the beginning, where you literally said you made the diagram and extruded it, which always gives me great concern, that all of a sudden the diagram gets extruded and it becomes a building. And then when we look at the diagram, there's a desire, it seems, to have two halves, which are, you used represent several times, that represent an idea of something, that then immediately, once we step out of this, and this is hard for you as the student to see because you're so in the problem that it's hard to see what you've actually produced. For me as an outsider looking at this, you say this represents this and this represents this. And I say, no, it doesn't. I would never see any of that in what you just said, right? You've basically made one building that tries to express itself as a singular building with several steps. And then you've got a diagram that's trying to say, no, I'm actually 2, 3, maybe 7 buildings if I really get into the nuance of these things. And then I look at the program diagram adjacent to that, which is way more complex. And it's kind of stitching across these multiple buildings. And then I'm trying to figure out for myself, how would I approach a problem like this, right? Because what you've done with the interior is you've kind of made it almost neutral generic space, even though the program is offering you other opportunities to make it less generic. And then the diagram itself about 2 buildings that intersect, there's an opportunity there but then the spatial consequence of that becomes open floor plate, right? So I think if you were to say, well, let me take the diagram literally, and I've got two buildings that are beginning to overlap and fight each other. Now Ed's comments about the exterior material becoming interior starts to set up layers of spatial conditions where I read part to whole relationships, or object to object, or outside, outside, or inside of an inside, right? There are all these ways you could start to think about form, space, material that starts to layer or make more nuance out of all the relationships of these other programs that are beginning to defy a container within one or the other, or maybe three versions of what the objects might be that are making up this building, that would then allow the program to have its own desire outside of, say, the urban expression of this form.
Okay.
It seems like to me there are opportunities in there where you as the designer start to fight with the problem you've set up, and it gives you something against which to respond other than simply program. Because my sense is you've done a really great job, say, planning out the project. I believe in the adjacencies you've set up. I believe in the way you've thought about inside and outside relationships. All of that is to really be commended. Ultimately, though, it leaves too much on the programming that you can't then resolve architecturally because there's nothing in the programming that says what the architectural idea is.
Okay.
Right? And that leaves you as the designer in a spot where you have to invent a lot of things in order to solve other problems. But ultimately, you'd want the invention to come out of a bigger conceptual strategy.
All right.
I think this is a great point. I want
Very
to,
clear.
But we're at 12. So I'm going to ask you all for maybe a couple last short comments, and we
Okay.
can actually segue, if you'd like, we can segue to general comments for our seniors who are all done. And congratulations, Sandy.
Thank you.
So we can have a couple more, but I definitely want to let you guys get on your way with your afternoons and evenings.
I was just gonna rapidly pick on Martin's comment, because I think that the granularity that you brought to the diagram itself, it's in my mind, it's the right avenue to really think both architecturally and it's in all its dimension, to really think about how the space is defined, how the space is structured, how the space is contained, all the elements that are architecturally driven. There are some glimpses of things of your thinking and capacity to manipulate that. And I think that how you begin to think about, for example, the book stacks, it's an interesting representation of that. You went all the way to the element itself and began to question that there are some instances where the stacks are linear and some instances where the stacks are circular. But there are additional components that are architecturally driven as well. How you dress the space, how do you manipulate the section, how the space is glazed or how the space is slide, all these aspects that could immediately give you this project that I think has the great bones of a project that has tremendous richness, to catapult that, to then think about the identity of each one of these boxes or blocks that your diagram has, to then unfold that into a very profound narrative. Right now, the narrative is very rich in the diagram, but when you walk us through the building and when you look at the plans and the section, it all feels within kind of like with the same sort of like cut, the same sort of like approach. And that's I think the schism. And I think Martin really hit it on the nail, hit the nail on the head on that missing step.
Okay.
Yeah, totally agree.
I would say as a general comment, I'm always fascinated. I love sitting on kind of integrated studio projects because it reminds you of how difficult it is to make any building, much less make exceptional architecture. I'm always surprised, and I have to constantly remind myself of it's amazing anything ever gets built if you see what happens on the job site. And to actually take that to a level where there's a concept that holds through really is why you're in the education you're in and why it's set up the way it is. The whole world is going to tell you no 50 billion times. And ultimately it comes down to whether or not you're the one who's going to take the extra effort to push through and make sure that some of these things maintain their identity, their value through the conceptual idea of the project, all the way through to the detail and execution. And the difference between building and architecture is that in the end, the architecture, you're not focused on whether or not the program works. You're not focused on whether or not the detail works. It all seems to work together really well. And you're really enveloped with a spatial idea. Whether or not you can say what that idea is doesn't matter. It's the fact that you experience it, right? And so for me, as for you guys as students, you want to hang on to that conceptual, right? Don't let the building and the requirements of documentation and construction logic ultimately usurp the broader conceptual ideas. And that's the trick of these studios, and that's the hard part, because you guys are trying to just keep up with the pace of how do I get the structural system and the facade and the details and all that stuff, right? I think it's a nice way to say architecture is a lifelong journey, and you're in the toddler stage of your life at this moment. Really relish the fact that the more you do this, the better you're going to get at it.
Okay.
Martin, I swear you listen in on some of my professional practice classes, because I start off by saying it's amazing that anything gets built ever in the world, having been exposed to it, right? And the processes and the difficulty.
Caltrans was one of my projects from concept to construction, and you'd go on site and there'd be 300 people out there, and the one person knew how to put this one wall together on that day. And it's just like, oh my God.
It is amazing. And I really appreciate your comments towards the end of an education for these students too, where it's important that you look back and understand that your design studios are where you've had the highest level of repetition. And I always try to let students know that the reason for that is so that you will be more flexible within it, more clear in terms of your rigor and your representation of ideas, because holding on to that initial thought and the initial responses, which you have very little time for in practice, is extremely important to make architecture versus just buildings. And making sure that when you're in the production phase, to hold on to those things. I mean, that those were the best, that just excellent statements for the general feedback from this. And that repetition is important, that you lean on it when you get into practice, that you invest your time in making sure that you're very clear, both with your drawn language and verbal. I think is extremely important for you to have a successful practice and be successful in this industry. But I know you all have done two. I think I understand you've done two comprehensive studios, one in third year, one in fifth year. I want to commend your program on that. I think that's a wonderful way of thinking about that educational journey. We also have a 5-year B.Arch degree at Kennesaw State, and the third year I've always pictured as our keystone year, transitioning from understanding, seeing the world to representing the world fully. And then that fifth year, the chance to express it. We actually have our integrative in the fourth year, which I've always thought might need to push a little farther back. So this is a very interesting model for education. I think it has a high level of value because it gives you time to think between with a semester and then come back to this idea of comprehensiveness with new layers of zoning and place, and even some of you bringing in social issues to filter into it, as well as your own, biases or strengths that make architecture. But I don't know, I always enjoy sitting in on these as well because it puts it all together and lets you kind of get a glimpse of what the next generation is going to be doing. So really appreciate it. Thanks.
My twofold comments. I want to commend you all, this studio and the previous one, because I feel like there's a lot of things that you go through in this 5-year, period. But at least the mastery of using the right language and at least representing it. I think in both presentations, I have to say and admit that you all have acquired a level of sophistication and mastery that is quite commendable as far as representing things in a very legible way. We use graphics, we need to make sure that plans are legible, that all the components are like very well, line weight matters, and even you guys pushing not just simply the conventional agendas of representing a plan perfectly well, but also, amplifying or giving that your personal touch by bringing different shades, different colors, different kind of like your own identity to this already established language is quite commendable. So that's my first comment. The second comment is, as Martin and Ed said, this is going to be a long journey. Never forget that site matters. And when I say site, it's everything really beyond the parcel line. And when I say that, it's not just simply from the landscape type or the citywide, but the culture, right? Understanding who are the users, looking at history, the research paths, the part of what you are or you will be doing from here on is going to give you at least a very interesting segue to maybe bring a different set of questions. And these different set of questions might infuse and give you some really good opportunities to excel or depart yourself from the norm and really bring architecture that is intelligent, that is pushing the envelope of form, programs, being inquisitive about what else can I do here that is just not simply normative but visionary. So do not stop at the parcel line, but also push yourself to find those cues. It's incredible, like the amount, the more research you'll do, the more variables and assets you'll find that can actually feed back into your project. There's obviously a balancing act, because the majority of the times you guys are going to be under some sort of like a constrained schedule deadline. So the more you do that, the more also ability you have to master and get to the right set of questions. A lot of the projects, competitions, winning schemes are projects that from day one came up with the right set of questions. So that's
excellent. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for all the comments. The students are so excited to hear this conversation around their work.
For everything.
Thanks, Sandy. Thanks, Martin, David, and Ed.
Nice to
And
meet you, Wendy.
nice to meet you. Hope you
Likewise.
come back
Hello
again
to
next year.
Yasushi and Axel for me.
Okay, we'll do.
Bye, Wendy.
See you guys. We will reconvene for the afternoon in room 3. So see you guys then. Grab a bite to eat, and we'll be back at 1.
Congrats, guys.
Bye-bye.
Great achievement.
Congrats.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
William, are you the moderator?
Yes, I'm the moderator for today. Hello?
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm on mute, so, but I will make you co-host. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Billy.
Hello.
So your job is to let in all the students and the guests.
I was under the interpretation that only the students who are presenting and the jurors who will be talking with the students should be let in.
Yeah, no, let in everybody.
Okay.
Thank you. If they're misbehaving, you can kick them out.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of nice to see some more faces. Hola, Mónica.
Hola,
¿Cómo estás?
muy bien, ¿qué tal?
Muy, muy bien. Ay.
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Mr. O'Connor. You're hiding out as only James today.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Are we on Zoom or what are we being broadcasted on?
We're on every kind of Zoom. We're on YouTube.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Where are you? Are you at your office?
I'm at the office and nobody's here. People haven't come back yet.
Oh,
They're in different parts of the country.
wow. Wow. Do you know Monica?
No, I don't. Have we met, Monica?
No, I don't think so. Nice to
Oh,
meet
nice to meet you.
James is a design principal at MRY at Moore Rubel UDEL. And Monica has got her own practice, and she used to work with Tatiana Bilbao.
Oh, great.
And she's one of the great new people in LA too.
Oh, good. You're in this part of the world.
I just came 1 year ago, yeah. 1 year and a half ago.
Oh, yeah. I came here many years ago, and I was just intending to stay for, 2 years, but it's hard to leave.
I keep hearing that story. Yeah.
All right, let's see. So I think we have everybody. This is great.
Hey, Sarah.
Hello.
How are you? Alice, nice to see you.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Wow, this is like a super jury. Not to scare the students. So welcome. Welcome to Senior Project Final Review. So this is their final review before they go out to join the world. This is undergraduate Bachelor of Architecture. So they've all been in school for a minimum of 5 years. Many of them who transferred in are been in school longer, 6, 7 years. So they are eager to get out there. And so for our senior project classes, as you saw that I sent you in my email, we basically have this as a second studio, comprehensive studio, where they do their first comprehensive studio at the end of their 3rd year. And that really is sort of very technical. This one is a comprehensive in a slightly different way. It really has more to do with kind of the planning of it. So the zoning, sort of addressing zoning issues, FAR, how much you can build, what kinds of things are allowable in terms of heights and density. And then in addition, so they work at multiple scales, a little bit at the urban scale to sort of understand the context. They have to determine their own user. They select their own site within a restricted area for each studio. And then they also have a kind of some leeway in selecting their program within parameters that we set in each of the studios. And then they work at the kind of, they do a building that's usually around 60,000 net square feet, sometimes a little bigger. And then they work at the kind of more detailed scale to sort of figure out the kind of how materials and assemblies, not so much to just figure out the technical aspects, but really as a design tool. Like how do materials kind of inform the design decision? So they do, instead of in many schools, the kind of wall section comes right at the end. It's just as an illustration of what they did. Here we kind of do that fairly early on in the process, so that they really use that as a kind of a way to inform the way they're approaching their elevations and other kind of formal aspects of their project. And then they also develop a piece of it. In my studio, they were working on housing plus one other program. So we really focused on kind of thinking about the unit and how the unit might inform the way that the building comes together and the way that it's massed, the way that it impacts the massing of the project, and also dependent on who they're kind of who the user is that they think, you know, who's going to live there, whether it's, you know, affordable housing for families or supportive housing or some other form of student housing. Some students had more kind of hotel, artist housing. And then the area that I selected for them to kind of work within is the industrial district in downtown, an area that's south of the Arts District, between 7th and the 10 freeway and Santa Fe and Central. And this is an area that's currently zoned M3, heavy industrial. But we, in order to allow them to do this, we decided to use the new 2040 plan, which basically allows this area to become something called mixed use industrial, which allows for housing as long as it's affordable. And it also changes the FAR from an area that was 1.5 FAR to anywhere between 4.5 and 6.0 based on bonuses and other things. So that sort of covers a little bit of what they're doing, and they'll go through and present the whole project to you. You'll see 3 projects, and then we'll switch out, you stay here. And then a different instructor, I believe it's Andre Lucier, will come into this room and you'll see the last 2 of his projects. So you'll see a total of 5 projects. We'll spend about 25 minutes per project total. The students will present for about 8 minutes and then we'll have a discussion. So I'd like to introduce our very esteemed panel. So we have James O'Connor, who's a design principal at Moore Rubel Udell. We have Simon Ha, who's design principal at Steinberg Hart, and Alice Kim, who's co-owner, founder of Friedman Kim, and then Monica Lamella, who's a recent transplant to LA, who comes to us, was working at Tatiana Bilbao's studio and now has her own practice here in LA and was at Berkeley before. So we have lots of people who know a lot about housing, which is great. So we will start. Any questions? No? Okay, we'll get going then. I will share my screen and then Huda will moderate, who's the first student. And then if you like to kind of see things on your own, you have to unclick the moderation thing. You can move around then on your own, but if you want to follow on Zoom and then also move around. So Huda, if you'd like, you can start moderating. If you want to tell anybody, I said this at the beginning last time, you can just tell them a couple sentences of who you are so they know who you are.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. My name is Huda Hassan. And for this project, as Sarah mentioned, it is in a predominantly industrial and unoccupied warehouses. And so with the 2040 plan, the plan is to promote a healthy, sustainable revitalization of the city to accommodate the anticipated growth, reinforce the job orientation in the downtown area, as well as support residential base and strengthen the neighborhood character. And so with that in mind, the intent behind developing this project was to serve as a center point for future residents of this area. The project is taken up a 3 lots that with a combined square footage of 17,000. and it is located on the intersection between Sacramento and Mateo Street. And so the main access to the point, to the site is through Mateo and Sacramento, but it does have a secondary access point, which I would say it is intended for like services that would come through Bay Street. And the programs developed in this project are the residential that sits on top of the grocery store, and we do have also a community center. And so if you see here, so the project is in a podium style, and that is done to help separate the different programs vertically, but at the same time, give us spaces that can be used as open spaces, as well as push the building away from like the street line to kind of still carry on the language of the like the 2-story high of the area surrounding it. Let's go here. For the ground floor houses the grocery store, and it does have its main accesses through Mateo, and it does have some back access, and we have a dock area in the back. And it also houses the residential lobby on the south that is coming through Sacramento, and it does have the community center in the top left corner being accessed through Mateo. And it does provide, this project does provide an underground parking access through Sacramento. But due to this project being like an affordable housing, most of the parking spaces are for the grocery store and for the community center. And it just goes, we have a ramp that goes through and 3 vertical circulation that connects it to the rest of the program. The second level houses the community center, as well as the open space around it. And for the center, within the community center, we have some rooms that can be reserved or taken, and the intent behind that is that residents within this building or people living around the neighbors, they can come and reserve these rooms to host events or for any community events as a big gathering rather than just small. But we do have like some different spaces, as well as a cafe to bring more people into using the open space area that does have its own access point through a grand staircase from Sacramento that comes all the way here. It does have its own access from the ground floor on a vertical circulation from Mateo that comes up here, and there are 2 here that would take you up to the residential. So this kind of vignette here shows you how the space would be typically occupied, and it's pretty much like an open space. And you can see the residential setting on top of the pillars that are carrying it to show that podium style. And when it comes to the residential, for the residential, it houses, it is a double loaded corridor, and even if it's a double loaded corridor, I tried to make it as small as possible so it doesn't read as heavy. And more at the end, we have the vertical circulation that connects it to the ground floor. And there are some open space areas on either side. There is a different iteration of this floor plan, that would basically have these plans just shifted and you have this open space on the other area, but it's pretty much just like this. And here we have the vignette of the roof garden space, open space area. This is more intended for the residents. Yep. If we go here to see the units, this residential unit offers 3 unit sizes. We have a studio, a 1-bed, and a 2-bed. Now this is in a module that fits. It's basically a 30 feet by, for the 2-bed, it's a 35, no, yeah, 35. And then the 1-bedroom this way is 25. And for the studio, the width in here is 14. And here you can see how it is spaced out and how it would be connected, with each unit having its own patio to give it more of that like an open space, even, you know, even when you're like up higher. And here, this vignette, it shows you how a typical unit would be furnished. And in this section, you can see the module of the units as well as its relationship to the community center. And in here, you have the outdoor space area, and as well, you would see the grocery store underneath it. And this does show how the building is basically sitting in that podium style. This video here shows you what the grocery store would be. Now for the grocery store, it would be offering different type of cuisine to accommodate the different type of backgrounds or cultures of people that would be occupying this space. And here, this is another look at the project. This is looking through Sacramento. And this one does emphasize it more, the podium style and how the building is being, how it sits on top of the ground, 2 floors. And in here, this vignette shows you when you're inside the community center, looking out at the open space that is on the 2nd floor. And in here, we see the elevations of the building that also shows its shading. This is on the west side. This is facing Mateo. And in here, we can see, so the darker color, this shows that it's wood. So it's basically using stucco for the residential part, and then the grocery store as well as the community center, it's using wood panels as the outside furnishing, as well as in here we have some of the railings that would also be using wood. And in here, it also shows you now these open areas, these kind of like alternate between the side on the other side. So if you don't see on this side, it's on the other side, to allow for residents to have more outdoor space area that is still within the residential portion, rather than this open area here where we have the community center that is more accessible by people. And in here, you can see the vertical circulation shafts that are on the back. Basically, they're, access through the back. This is from the back alley coming through Bay Street. And the building is constructed using CLA, and this diagrams, they express how the building is carried and stacked on top of each other. And in here we see for the, here we see the shading, and the east side is basically, it does have sun exposure in the morning, but after that, it does get shading. It does get shaded through the building with its orientation. So that provides shading to the north and the east. And as far as the west side, since it gets most of the sunlight, especially during the afternoon, I use vertical fins as well as pergola on the open space area and the rooftop garden to provide shading. And when it comes to the ventilation, this is where like we have some of these open space areas that allows for air to circulate into the building. And I think that is it. But so it's basically this plan or this project, the intent behind it is to foster an open community conversation between people, as people who live in the residential part are more likely to see each other when they are occupying the community center area or when they are doing their groceries on the ground level. So I wanted people to basically be able to know who they live next to. And I feel that the grocery store and the community center are gonna help build that sense of community, especially with the area being developed. And I am someone that very much, I participate in a lot of my community events. So when I was doing this, I definitely wanted to bring that into the project, and I definitely would want to live here. And it kind of encourages this project, and my intent behind it is to encourage social engagement. And I know during COVID, many of that was lost. So this is kind of like shows you that you can do a lot of stuff within this project, from having your own private areas into more like open space gathering area that you can meet your neighbors and get to know them. So yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to mention early on that everybody in the class used heavy timber and CLT for this project, so that that's why you see the systems here too.
Sorry, Huda, what was on the roof? What was on the final roof? What's on that roof level at the top? Did you mention that?
Oh,
I missed it.
It does have a garden room as well as a fitness room, but the bigger area is just a roof garden.
So that's for everybody, a kind of social gathering space too, is it a meeting area?
Yes, but it is more intended for residents rather than just like the regular public people to go all the way up. So it's kind of like the open space area on the second floor where the community center is for public use, but the top roof garden open space is for residents.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes.
So in terms of the approach for the projects, maybe this is a question for Sarah. Is it meant to be that the students are picking their own program, like they're Jonathan Siegel and they're going to be, architect developer and choosing their own program with with the concept of how viable this will be? Or I'm asking because it seems that's a very important part of creating the story, right? And selling the story. And I look at this and, I don't know if you know, but this area in downtown, at the neighborhood council, we call this the red light district of downtown, because this is where most of the adult entertainment exists. And because it's so far away from everything, we kind of leave it alone as the red light district area. And I'm asking why, I guess the question really is why a kind of, a mixed use building that looks like it belongs in South Park in the arts district in an area that's heavily industrial. I think, when I think about arts district, you have Urban Radish up the street, and Urban Radish, it's almost like you wanted to put housing on top of Urban Radish and bring it down here. And I'm just trying to figure out why, because that hasn't really been told as a compelling story. Like this is, I see this like Shark Tank, you're pitching it to us. And I want to see if this is a believable project in an area that may or may not need this. So I guess I throw that back to you and say, what's the story behind it? How are you selling this to the community or the to the community as a project that's necessary in the area?
Well, since we had to do a mixed use, part of the mixed use or the residential part, like that was already part of it. And when it came to the secondary programs, now since we are doing a residential, this area lacks when it comes to fresh produce market within a mile radius, which is why the introduction of the grocery store or the market on the ground floor came to be, since to accommodate the residents that will be living on the site. And the community center space area that is also to offer that area for people to interact with each other. I know you mentioned the red line and whatever, but I feel like just because an area has a specific use, it doesn't mean that you can't introduce other uses or like have other people use the area. I don't know.
I think maybe I'll fill in a little bit because maybe it wasn't clear. So this the whole studio, which is doing mixed use housing in this particular neighborhood, which was the prompt that I gave them, has to do with the LA 2040 plan, which is changing the zoning of this area from industrial to mixed use residential. And there are already, that's going to happen in the next few years. And so they were basically sort of thinking ahead as the economic, the pressures to develop this into residential are huge. And that's really the planning goals of the 2040 is that this will become, so it sort of starts with that premise, and maybe that wasn't super clear, that this is looking ahead 15 years as that develops.
I think this is therefore, from what you're saying, Sarah, and Simon is sort of giving this provocation too, is that it's an opportunity to really set a new kind of precedent. So I guess what I'm interested in seeing, because I think your project is very comprehensive and it's really well worked out and very thoughtful. I liked what you said at the end, that you designed a place where you yourself would like to live in and would be happy to live in. I think that's really important. But I think that for me, then the next step might be, if you had another semester, would be to take it on, kind of turn everything you've done sideways and sort of think about how, now that you have all of these tools, because having gone through this process, you've learned so much, how can you actually turn this thing sideways and actually start to think about how these different programs can mix together in perhaps different ways to create a kind of new sort of mixed use typology that works for this area. Because I think right now, and your project, it is, it's a project that we can sort of see anywhere. It could be in Koreatown, it could be in central downtown, it could be, it's a kind of a project that has these two public programs stacked on top of each other, and then the housing sits on top of that, and you have open space wherever you can. That's actually a pretty, it's a really good, competent, normative kind of solution to mixed use. But I'm really interested in the fact that this context is industrial. And how do you kind of cater to that idea? How would the grocery store cater to that idea? Who are the actual people who might live here, who might work in this neighborhood, right? So that they don't have to drive to work. And then maybe you make a proposal, or you think about how the kind of whole car thing can be turned on its head, right? If you're thinking 15 years into the future. And then the community center also becomes kind of possibly a different kind of idea. Is the community space actually a makerspace? Because there's a lot of proposals out there, even in the city of LA, to start to create community makerspaces where people can actually start to make stuff and actually buy community memberships in a makerspace. So, and that would kind of perhaps feed into the kinds of things that are going on in the neighborhood. So now that's all kind of programmatic. How do you then translate those things into architecture is kind of the big question mark, I think. And that's where you as an author can kind of come in and start to actually have a lot of fun. So I think that, it's a challenging project to bring all of these things to kind of resolution, and you've done that really well. So as a final project, I guess that's what I would ask you to take away with you from it and start thinking about, like, okay, I've done this and I've accomplished this and I've accomplished a ton. What would be a kind of a radical shakeup of what I've done? And I think for me, the only thing I'll end with this is the thing I might think about is kind of the thing that I would shake up the most is that kind of sectional separation, that very conventional sectional separation between programs, right? And how that might start to feed back into the overall site. You have a huge advantage also because you're towering over everything in the neighborhood. That should be a good thing. I mean, that should be an opportunity, I think. So I would start to think about things in that way, perhaps also. Live work is another idea, especially given this context, and how can live work feed into that, the sectional idea of the project, and maybe start to think about the ground plane in a little bit of a different way. So, but I enjoyed the presentation.
Yeah, and maybe I can build on that. I mean, generally, social interaction happens much better horizontally than it does vertically. Because you're always meeting people, accidentally, things are happening, you see other kinds of things happening, living, working, studying. That kind of interaction is really kind of best horizontally. And once you start going vertical, you have to kind of reimagine it in a different way. Sometimes it just gets separated into an elevator and there's no social interaction. So I think that those comments are very good in terms of reimagining what this would be, because I like your whole direction here, which is kind of social interaction, how you can connect. The planning, and it's very thorough too. I find that there's missed opportunities. Of course, this double-loaded corridor is very conventional. I mean, that's what we have everywhere here. This is a place where do people meet? How do you connect with them more? By the way, there are some exiting issues too on your plan in terms of it's just, I might as well say it there. You'd really want to get your stairs here at the end of this corridor and relook at it, because in terms of fire, it just wouldn't work. That second exit is just too far away from the units. But I like what Alice is saying there, and I think that's really the kind of strong point, how this social engagement and how you can connect more.
I want to echo these last two comments from James and Alice. I think when when you started talking about this sense of community, I was really getting into the project, and I think you should. I feel that I think you did a great job, and I think your whole programmatic idea is great, but I think there is a missed opportunity of getting more into it. No, I think you did it with a little bit of distance. Even if you said that it's a place where you'd like to live, I think you really have to go into these programs. Like, what would these collective programs be? How would you create those interactions? How would you design them also? Because right now, I know that you wanted to create these rooms that can have flexible programming, but I think there is also a missed opportunity in trying to program them so that they really foster different types of interaction. And I think probably instead of just having one slab of interaction, as the previous Yuri said, there should be also some interaction vertically, and maybe it's a matter of what are the scales of interactions, or what are those scales of collectivity that you can foster, no? And in that sense, I think also the corridor can be a space where suddenly you can have, instead of having one very long traditional corridor, and that goes into private spaces, maybe you can have some special openings that are not just like waste spaces, but actually have program in them, and even breaking up into the different sites and the different bigger open spaces. And I also wonder if I wonder why did you decide to to raise up the collective space instead of having also and make this staircase going up there? I think there is also a missed opportunity of also engaging with the street level, and maybe rethinking a little bit that connection between the street level and that kind of open plaza above.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I'll circle back on my question and then provide some suggestions. So this is very kind of, close to home because I live over Ralph's in downtown, right? So I do live with a grocery store under me with housing above.
Mm-hmm.
I think that piece alone has a lot that you can dive into, right? Just the loading. How do you handle loading in a grocery store, and what kind of impacts does that have on livability, for example, right? So having a program, I think this is a believable building, and I think Alice touched on that it's a very comprehensive design in terms of creating a building that actually works functionally.
Okay.
But I think, you want to take that to the next level of getting into the nuance of how you live, how you shop, how you, merge those things together, and how the community comes together. So you start to then think about, day in the life of people that are actually going to be here, shop, live, and, participate in the community events. And how does that then start to inform your design to be a little more contextual, right? To the immediate surroundings, immediate kind of types of people, types of work, or types of environment that you're in. And then that starts to then make this building about this place. This building, like Alice said, could kind of be in K-Town or Hollywood or South Park or anywhere else right now, because it's pretty generic in terms of the program. But once you layer in that next level investigation, right, and get the insight and start to apply that to this building, then this building becomes a building that's suited for this site only. And that's when you really kind of create something special. So I think that's really, like Alice was saying, is the next level investigation. You have the ability to put together a building in concept. So let's see if you can make it special.
Yeah, and one other thing I want to just mention, the kind of economic side of it, and this is very much a kind of American approach to typologies. We have kind of typologies that you see in the US that you'd actually never see in Europe. And it's driven by parking. It's driven by cost, and it's driven by parking. And for affordable housing, it'd be a real challenge to build underground parking. And the question is it needed? And if it is, could we bring it out of the basement where it's really expensive? And you see that across the board, all, from California to Texas, attitudes about wrapping the parking, bringing the parking up into the podium, reducing the cost on that. It's something that we have to grapple with, particularly with these costs today. We have to grapple with very early. You had a very deep parking there. It was a big lower level. Often we actually have to figure that out in the beginning, just what's our approach to that, because it can really put an awful lot of economic cost on the project. It might be cheaper to give everybody a BMW than build parking for them.
Sarah, I don't know how realistic you want us to be on the developer hat, because this is a same exact conversation we're having, working on a project in Culver City right now, and the parking costs are about $100K per stall, and they want to park it, one per bedroom, which is crazy amounts of, right?
I mean,
So,
the students did, like Huda did say, but maybe it got past there is no required parking in the LA 20 in the new zoning. I don't know if anybody's looked at the new zoning, but
yeah, I'm on the zoning advisory committee.
yeah. So there is no required parking for the housing, but there is still for the grocery store. So we just said, okay, well, you have to. I mean, in a way, it's sort of, can you solve? I mean, I take everything you're saying. I think Huda's worked really hard to get all these pieces sorted out.
Well, yeah, and I would say, just on the diagram, it's always good to show public transportation. Where are you coming from? Where are people coming from?
Yeah, there was a diagram that showed the bus stops,
that one.
but it doesn't really.
Okay.
You got to get to the next level of actually understanding the flow of pedestrian traffic. Where are people coming from? That'll inform you where the lobby needs to be or the entrance to the grocery store needs to be, and start really driving the design. And you may have done that, but it's really hard to present a semester worth of work in 8 minutes. So really, I think it's a difficult challenge for you guys. But I would say, the second floor, you have the opportunity to create this public space, but you want to celebrate it. How do people get up there? Right now you have a narrow stair on the side that takes you up. But does this one, if it wants to be a public space, then you might want to open that up and make it inviting for people to come up. Right. So if that was your intent to be inviting, that's another architectural move that you can use to make it signal that it is a public space. So there are these little moves that you can make, right, based on how you want to move people, on how you want people to perceive your building.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, thank you. Excellent work.
We're going to move on to the next project. So,
Alrighty, so good afternoon. My name is Jamie, and I want to first off say thank you for taking the time to be here. It really means a lot for you to critique our work and really review it for us. And so I wanted to start off by presenting a mixed-use project called The Realm. It is located on the corner of South Santa Fe Avenue and Bay Street. And The Realm is really supposed to focus on the necessary need to have a public center within the area. And that is meant to be for the community's enjoyment, but also be an attraction within the neighborhood. And so I saw that by having a main central space for the public to enjoy, it can really liven up the community with more diversity and new businesses. And so here in the zoning information, we can see that the lot area I chose is 21,320 square feet and has a bonus FAR of 4.5. And so moving into my quarter radius plan, I saw that the site is surrounded by lots of small local retail stores, restaurants, and cafes. But other than that, most of the seen buildings are either unoccupied, which causes the lack of density within the site. And so again, this opportunity was given to me to establish an establish its own gathering space to bring back the attention and attraction of what the surrounding site could gain. And so in the site plan, I really wanted to illustrate the circulation of how I would like the pedestrians to really interact and flow throughout my site. And so my main goal was to really emphasize the importance of the directional movement through my buildings into its neighboring site, since the neighboring site does have a pre-existing road. And with the 2040 plan, I hope to create a new paseo, in a sense, to create a new gathering space for the community. And so again, going into my formal diagrams, just again, shows the driving factor of the path being the main factor in creating my form of the shape of the building, and with the additions of subtraction and extrusions. And so here is the axon with the full building in relationship with the neighboring context. And then so going into really the program of my building, it's consisting of residency, gallery exhibitions, retail, vendor spaces, and rentable workshops. The building's program really encourages individuals themselves to explore and socialize with one another. And this first main program on the ground floor will mainly be the art gallery, the 2-story art gallery. And so this art gallery is the main driving factor to really entice users to really come into the site. And then that will lead them to further explore within the building the other programs. And so into the ground floor plan, I really wanted to illustrate in detail the programs that will be present within the site. So with the 2040 plan in mind, I really hope to, again, create a paseo that the public and residents can really enjoy throughout the week, whether it be with weekend held farmer markets or even small business pop-up stores. And so within the site, I really wanted to show vendor spaces that can be placed throughout the path, and they can either be permanent or temporary. And with the other programs that include the supply store, retail stores, and the 2 main lobbies that will help the residents go to the residential units. And so here in this vignette, I really wanted to show the entranceway of the view looking into the paseo from the corner of South Santa Fe Avenue and Bay Street. Moving on to the second floor of the plan, this mainly consists of the second floor art gallery and the rentable spaces offered. So this floor can be mainly seen as a semi-public realm because of the rentable workshops or flex spaces for the businesses, or even individuals that would just like to rent out the space for their needs or what they need for their jobs and so on. And so besides the ground floor program, my secondary main program would be the affordable housing units. These residents are mainly individuals who are either self-employed, need an affordable unit to really start out in, or have their own personal hobbies where they need the extra space as an individual. And so the residential plan repeats 8 times, resulting in 8 studio workshops for the residents and 64 units in total. These units are laid out in a double loaded corridor where the units are identical, where 2 units mirror each other to share a wall. And this layout really helps make sure that all units receive the same exact amount of space and windows on all floors. And moreover, by including a studio workshop on each floor, I wanted the residents to be able to use the space to really collaborate with their neighbors and one another and use the extra space when needed if their units doesn't have enough space they need. And here you can see in this illustration that I really wanted to focus on the perspective of what the outdoor terrace on the space of the studio workshop would be like, where individuals can either open up the space to reach full functionality or either be enclosed. And so going into my unit layout plans, I wanted to give an example of just a few individuals that may use the unit to their liking. Some individuals may want more of a separated workspace, others may like the open concept scheme, or some may even use the entire unit of the plan. And so I wanted to just show this to give a broad example that my units have a base layout, but they do have different ways of the individual creating their own spaces to their liking. And so an example that I really wanted to focus on was Connie, a graphic designer who's an example of an individual that would use the open concept scheme. And so by being a graphic designer during the day and a freelance designer at night, she can use the space to her own liking for her own business, especially when packaging orders or just overall sketching on her free time. And so In the next vignette, I wanted to kind of give you another example of a different individual that could use the space where they can invite their friends to really do pottery together or just use the space of the patio and everything like that. Into the first section, these sections, I really want to focus on the semi-indoor outdoor walkways into the residential units. I wanted to show that this kind of brings in ventilation throughout the units, as well as where the west entrance and the east loading entrance are going to be located. And in the second section, I really wanted to just focus on the cut where the units are and how they show the double height space in the art gallery lobby. In this vignette, I really wanted to showcase what I thought would be, what I think the Paseo can accomplish by showing the different vendor spaces and the amount of resting spaces and everything. And then in this vignette, I wanted to also showcase the lobby of the art gallery, of how it'll introduce everyone and really bring that attraction of people into the site. Moving on to elevations, I really wanted to just focus on the south, west, and east facades. And I wanted to capture the relationship of the surrounding context to my buildings as well as the different programs. Moreover, like these elevations show white frame extrusions on the facade as not only a key characteristic of the building's appearance, but also as a shading system for the building. In the axon diagram, it shows the structure of the building being mainly made out of CLT slabs and heavy timber construction, as Sarah mentioned. And so also the wall section details a portion of the west entrance facade and how the building is structured in detail with the beams and columns included. And so the ENV diagram really highlights some features of the building that was thought about in terms of like sun exposure, ventilation, and those are examples of the extruded frames and the semi-enclosed walkways. And so in general, the realm is really a mixed-use residential building that helps provide local individuals with an abundant amount of space to pursue or further enhance their business adventures at an affordable price. Not only will it really cater to the residents, but it will also help the community gain their own central gathering space with the opportunity of increasing employment and density. And so the realm is really the beginning of new adventures and can be a place where one can achieve greatness through their own capabilities. Thank you.
I'm going to jump right in because I think your project has a lot going on in it. That's very, very exciting, and a lot to talk about. First of all, I really appreciate your presentation because I think that the story you told was very compelling from the very beginning. And I think that's really important. And one of the things that, you kind of learn as you move into the professional world and you have to deal with clients is how important it is the stories you tell to your clients. Often they're not architects like us. They're not looking at the drawings and know immediately what's going on. They're actually, your words are actually the primary thing that they're really focusing on. So, and then everything that you have is sort of supporting that narrative. Now, in terms of like speaking to architects like ourselves, we actually have the ability to look at the drawings as well and to look at the design and actually start to kind of marry the two. But I think that your story was very compelling. And I think that there are a lot of really wonderful things about this project. Like the first project, it's really well worked out. I think the vignettes were really very effective in kind of talking about the flexibility of the units, which I think is great. So, but for me, the main thing that I think is worth really kind of examining a little bit more is that Paseo that you've created. You've created this Paseo, and the site diagram, I think, is very strong, how it kind of cuts diagonally through the block, and then it actually relates to something across the way that then continues that circulation. I think that's all great. But then the move of covering it up, I'm not so convinced by that. And I think that, you wanted to achieve a certain density of units, but what's really compelling is that and I don't know what direction I'm looking at or what the orientation is. So I think a little bit of that kind of information would be very helpful. But the block on the left in this image is actually, those are studio spaces, right? Those are communal studio spaces. I I don't usually try to be prescriptive in these reviews, but I think that if you took a first move where you took your unit block in the middle and put it there on the left, and then took that idea of the studio spaces and married it to the paseo below to create a very dynamic sectional thing going on, so that the paseo is not just that little narrow strip that's covered over, but it's actually the entire thing, and that it's much more porous to the sky, right? So it becomes a real urban, exciting, amazing experience to pass through that passageway with the 2 blocks of housing on either side. But there's these studio spaces hovering over you in the middle. They don't have to be on every floor. They could be staggered. You could have sky bridges connecting the units so that it's still operating as one building. You know what I mean? So that, to me, that's the one part of your project that wasn't quite working, was the paseo experience. And I'd love to hear what everybody else has to say. So I'll be quiet now, but I thought it was really, really, it's a very interesting project.
No, I think they're all great comments, and I think what when we're looking at projects, it's how can you bring it further along? How do you push the project 10 more miles along the road here, or 100? And so the initial kind of urban design idea of the paseo is very strong, but when I look at it, I also feel it's very dark and kind of mean in there, even though you show these wonderful drawings, and a little too, geometrical, that it could be looser. But my thought was, how would you get light in there? How could you take the energy of that paseo and bring it up, bring lots of light and movement, and whether it's putting the studios there or opening it up and having some sectional movement. But I think across the board, and used the word, I think, which was open concept. And I think that's so great to hear you imagining different people different people living in those spaces. Most of the housing that we see today being built, particularly in Los Angeles, it looks like stuff that was built a century ago. It's all conventional. Every room has a name. But the way you're thinking about it is, it's not there's personalities, and it can be adapted and changed. And I think that's really where housing needs to be. It needs to be that the choices are left more open to the people who are going to rent here and live here, and it's a bit more open-ended. So I really like that. By the way, this is the second project I've seen that has exiting problems. So that your typical floor, the last stairs is just too far away in terms of exiting. It could be easily adjusted, but those dead end corridors is not something you could do, but you could free that up. And the same comment here about this internal corridor, that whole area too could be have a lot more social interaction.
I have to disagree with you there, because we did all the calculations. Those stairs do meet.
Yeah, the dead end is 50 feet on a residential floor. So I think
I think
you're good.
Deceiving, because they're very small buildings.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are probably like 20 foot wide buildings, 18 to 20 foot wide buildings.
Okay. Well,
or units, I wish say. But sorry, finish, James. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, anyway, yeah, it's something we just have to look at. But a lot of more animation along that internal space. But listen, I love the vignettes, and I love the way that that architecture is more about life than it is about building. At least that's my feeling about that. It feels more than just building, and the way you're imagining the spaces. So excellent.
Exactly. Thank you.
Can I jump on what Alice was talking about? I think more about the paseo, but not how the paseo actually functions, but the attitude that you're taking, Jamie, in terms of how you're addressing the street. You're internalizing the program, right? Because you're basically saying, you know what, I'm gonna turn my back to the street, and I'm gonna bring everything in to the paseo. So you can do both. I think you don't have to do one or the other. And if I had my choice of turning my back, it would be the alley that I would turn my back on, right? Because you can use that as utilitarian uses. But on the ground level, on Santa Fe, it's right now, there's a lot of trucks. I mean, the trucks go up and down the street and it's super loud, right? I worked on Amp-Lofts right up the street here. So I know kind of the conditions of the area. It's changing. You have Soho House here. You have Warner Brother or Warner Music. So this is becoming more of a kind of a creative office residential area. Your Paseo idea is good, but you always have to consider that unless the building next to you is historic, somebody else is going to come in and demo it and build on it, right? They're going to build a project that looks just like yours. So your public right-of-way opportunity is really the alley. So what happens if another developer comes in and builds a building and essentially terminates that Paseo with, a wall? So that's something that you would have to consider. But can you internalize a retail street or a commercial street? Yeah, I mean, you go to Spring Street and you have the Spring Arcade, really works well, but you have to design it like it's a place you want people to come, right? So I think you're thinking the right way. I think it's just, the moves that you're making is not considering what happens in the future. And then I would, as part of the neighborhood council planning committee, this is our district here. And we always say, in the downtown design guide, you want to activate the street. You never want to turn your back on the street. No matter how great you think your internal circulation is going to be, never turn your back on the street. Because as soon as you do that, that's where unwanted activities happen, right? And especially this being so close to Skid Row, how you design the outside will determine, whether it becomes a clean sidewalk or a bathroom for the homeless people.
True, I got you. Yeah.
I think I really love this passage through, and I think it's really incredible how you connect it to an adjacent open space within buildings. So I think, but I agree. I think right now it's right now it's a bit like it's a very monotonous space because it's kind of a linear street with no surprises, and it's very, very dark. So from my experience, this is, I don't know here in the US, but for my experience in, for example, in Europe or in Spain, these spaces really don't work and then attract like these unwanted activities because they're places to hide, kind of, or hide these activities that you don't want to see. So I think you could explore this idea a lot farther and really try to create destinations within this passage, or make the passage a destination itself and work with the light that comes in, work with the landscape that suddenly goes up. And a good reference, maybe it's I don't know if you've been to Berlin, there's suddenly like this, suddenly you enter like one little door and you get this surprise of this path through the courtyards of different housing buildings. And it's like a wonderful space. But the most important thing is light, no? Like you really need light to come there. You really need people to feel welcome in this passage.
Yeah.
I think something similar also happens with before I forget, I think your plans are very beautifully drawn, but they're a little bit deceiving because somehow they don't show what appears above. So when I saw this first plan, I didn't know that there was a slab above the passage. And the same happens when the buildings, when you show the housing, just the drawing below, it's very hard to know what is below, how it relates to the below passage, because you don't really see the contours of what is under it. So I think it's good to show it because then we can analyze it always in each drawing. Another thing I think it's also, I like how you brought people to tell us about the housing and how you brought their experiences and how they can change the housing. But I think the housing is not so flexible. Like when you showed those drawings, finally what you were changing was just like turning around the table and like but I think it's a good intention, and I think there is a lot of opportunity to really make it flexible, really make people completely change the experience of that space when you're in there. And I will also question you, like when it's very appealing, the like how you position the buildings, but on the other hand, it creates like uncomfortable where and I mean, you have to really get on well with your neighbor to be able to face him or her so closely. So I would just work a little bit more on how you position them and how you, if you decide to do that, how you place the housing and the windows so that you don't have to directly face them.
Exactly, yeah. Those are all great points for me to take into consider and really explore it more on my project.
I think if you took away the units in the middle over the paseo to start to play with that section, you would end up changing the organization of your units.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have also suggested if you wanted to preserve that density, I actually think that what is the orientation of, where's east, where's north? North is up, is north up? Okay, so this easternmost block, I mean, if you actually stretch the units all the way across the entire east side to kind of, pack more residential units, but to organize them in a different way. I mean, I think you really do need to always be checking back with yourself, and that paseo space should really be the primary thing that you're constantly questioning. And once you do that, then I think you really would realize very quickly that you just need to get rid of most of that stuff in there, the units, in there, in which case the question is, well, how do I get those number of units in? Does it become an L shape, for the units, or does it become a bar that actually extends along that entire east edge? Because the perspective on the right suggests that you actually could take over that space, and then get rid of the block in the middle that's coming out at you, and something much more exciting, again, sectionally could be happening there. But I think that Monica's comments about the units are right on, both in terms of the proximity. I love that you're thinking about the flexibility of the units. I think I mentioned that at the beginning, but perhaps the bedrooms are, modules that, are removable partitions and things like that. And it really does become a sliding kit of parts within that open space. So of each unit envelope. Anyway, so.
Those are all great comments.
Yes,
Thank you very much. Thanks, Jamie.
I wish I can draw on it because I have some suggestions. We use mural board in the office, and we were fully remote, and now we're kind of hybrid. But everything we do is on the mural board, and there's so much kind of sketching and collaboration that goes on. Some of the issues about proximity, it's an easy move to fix, and if you want, I can show you some of those on addressing all of the issues that were being said, how to create a paseo with natural light coming in without moving your bar in the middle. I think there's an option to do that.
No, there's not an option to do that.
Yes, there is.
We got
The last thing I will say, the unit design. So unit design in the Arts District right now, in the hybrid industrial, if you have a 1-bedroom, you can't enclose the bedroom. It has to be a loft style. So think about, if you were to continue with this, how could you create a flexible space, and maybe the wall to the bedroom goes away, right? It kind of has to go away because planning is requiring that in the Arts District.
Which is good. It'll make the field a lot bigger.
Yeah, right. It's a loft. At that point, it becomes a loft.
Right. And this space is exterior, just so
right. I realize that.
Yeah. All right, but yes, you should take Simon up on that. You should ask him to give.
I'll give you a desk crit.
That would be great. That would be fantastic. All right.
He can design a 100-unit project in about 5 minutes, so he's a little dangerous.
Exactly. All right, very good. All right, we have the last one of my class, and then we're going to switch. So we have one more housing, and then you're going to see a different program. All right, I will let who's next? Now I've lost my little chart, I think.
It's me, Natalie.
Natalie. Sorry, Natalie. So we're very excited to see your project. a different approach. You can start moderating and I will be quiet.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Natalie and my project is titled Within One Screen. This project is a mixed-use affordable housing building for refugee families with a public food market at the ground level. There is a long tradition in the US of sheltering refugees fleeing from crises such as war, ongoing violence, widespread diseases, and more. However, with nearly 20 million refugees in the world, less than 1% is considered for resettlement worldwide. Hence the urgent need to provide housing and temporary shelter for these groups who do not have a safe place to call home. This project is run and owned by the International Rescue Committee, and they are a nonprofit organization who responds to the world's worst humanitarian crises and helps refugees rebuild their lives. So this project is located on South Santa Fe Avenue and East 7th Place with an alley on the eastern edge. The area is mainly industrial with some small-scale restaurants and office spaces. The main entrance point of the building is off of South Santa Fe Avenue, which is the western side of the project, and the underground parking entrance is located off of East 7th Place on the northern side. The project is organized with an open ground floor plan, an outdoor deck to connect the ground and second floor, and the two housing bars that are pushed to the northern and eastern edges to maximize southern sunlight in all the spaces. And you're able to see that in the axon, which is like the open ground floor with the outdoor deck and then the two housing bars on top. In this ground floor plan, you can see the open central space where the community and housing residents can gather and eat. The food vendor stalls form the inner perimeter of that space to allow the users to filter into the central space. The main entrance on the western edge dedicates a space for weekend-held farmers market to take place. And on the northern side of the project, there is a restaurant, a community kitchen, and a teaching kitchen that allows for more activation of the site. The food market is intended to provide affordable food options that are needed for the growing affordable housing community being developed under the 2040 plan. It is also a familiar program to provide comfort as food vendors come in many different shapes and forms in all parts of the world. In this plan, there is a daycare and a parent lounge that is connected and forms the interior spaces of this floor. The daycare and parent lounge are open to both the community and the housing residents. These two programs give the parents the opportunity to focus on how to establish themselves in their new environment, and the parent lounge dedicates that space for them to unwind or even work outside of their housing units. The nonprofit organization could also use this space to hold workshops and assistance of the families. And there is also a community garden on this outdoor deck, which allows the connections between the housing residents and overall community to further strengthen. There are 3 different types of units within this project. Unit A is a 1,400 square foot unit with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and an office space that could be transformed into something else if necessary. Unit B is a 2-story, 1,200 square foot unit with 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. And Unit C is a 1,000 square foot unit with 2 beds and 2 baths. There's a total of 36 units within this overall project. And in this plan, you can see the second floor of Unit B with the 2 bedrooms and the 1 bathroom. The different unit types are intended to accommodate households of all different sizes and dynamics. These are some different scenarios and users that are accommodated into units that fit their household size. For example, in this unit, 2 sisters, also moms of 2 each, live here and share 3 bedrooms amongst the 6 of them with a central kitchen, dining, and living area. And these are some interior renders of the housing component of the project. The render on the left shows one of the interiors of the unit and how the units have a view to the other housing bar. And the one on the right shows a single loaded corridor of the housing with small pockets of space that allow for encounters between the families. And this first section shows the relationship between the public program and the housing units. Because the housing bars form an L shape around the central ground floor space, it allows the connection between the public users as well as the housing residents. And you can see the food market on the ground floor, the daycare and the outdoor deck on the second floor, and then the housing on top. And then this next section cuts through one of the housing bars and shows the organization between the different unit types. So you're able to see Unit A, Unit B, and the 2 floors, and then Unit C. And these units are able to be shifted around, which allows for flexibility between the plans and the sections. And then here are some exterior renders. This first one shows the entrance of the building from the street level. And then this one is a render of the food market and its relationship to the outdoor deck directly above it. The elevations were developed to create a relationship between heavy and light. The overall massing of the project is heavy and solid, but is draped with a thin and light screen that provides shade, unifies the facades of the project, and allows for the residents to live in a building that feels light after all their experiences. And the project is constructed with a concrete base and CLT panels, and the screen is made of transparent corrugated metal. The open deck spaces allow for natural ventilation for the interiors, and the screens and inset windows provide shading. And in the wall section, you're able to see the attachment of the screen to the beams and the CLT construction of the overall project. So oftentimes, instead of asking someone, "How are you?" we ask them if they have eaten today, as it is synonymous to caring for someone's well-being. This project aims to provide a new home that feels light and safe for refugee families coming from all over the world, and introducing a food market as a public program to welcome and tie together these families in the overall community through the celebration of different cultures and foods. Thank you.
Natalie, how long do families or individuals who have their own smaller unit, how long do they stay here, would you say?
I would say it's like temporary housing for about 2 years.
2 years, okay.
And you know what they say about temporary? Nothing lasts longer than temporary. Natalie, in terms of the market, when it's not being used as the market, how do you see that space being used?
I would say for the most part, it's going to be used as a food market, but just because there's like a large central space, that area could be used like for the overall community to really gather, or for the housing residents to have like an extra space. But for the most part, it should be used as the food market. And on the weekends, there's like farmers market areas for them.
So people coming from different countries showing their own culture, cooking themselves. Is that how you see it in that central space?
It could be used as it could be used for like the housing residents, but it's not just limited to that.
Right. I mean, I kind of wonder if there should be some communal space where they can cook together. You know, there's nothing nicer than working together, cooking together, and it seems that would be an opportunity there. So I like your central space, and I would like to move that stairs out of the way, which seems to be blocking everything, and put the stairs and put more vertical movement in the court itself to engage with the upper levels. You see that stairs there? I just sort of feel that that's kind of taking up an awful lot of room, but one of the nice things about the stairs is it's also a great place to meet people and walk, and by putting it in that central court, it lands in a kind of nicer space in terms of generous upper level. And the other point I was going to make is that often, you know, when we're building these housing projects, we often try to get rid of corridors because corridors are expensive, and sometimes when you have 2-story units, you could eliminate, say, one whole level of corridors. You could come in at an upper level or you could come in at a lower level, and potentially you could get rid of a couple of levels of, if you're having a number of levels of 2-story units, you could possibly get rid of some corridors. Yeah.
So I'll jump in. On Santa Fe, you have a really large setback area. What's the thought on why you're setting your building back so far back? It's even wider than the street.
It might be a little bit deceiving, but that's like kind of how like the site was when I picked it. So it's not a setback, but that's kind of where like the property line is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's where that's where the property line is? Really? Oh, that's weird.
No, I don't. I mean, Stumptown. That's the building that Stumptown's in, right?
Yeah, it's next.
Currently? Yeah, the sidewalk is fairly narrow, I think, in front of it. So yeah. So if that wasn't intentional, we can move on.
Yeah, that wasn't. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I think. How do you see the connection between the first floor, the market, and the second floor? And I think I'm kind of touching on what James was talking about. Is it is it supposed to be is it supposed to be connected, and you want people to be able to use it, so the ground floor then goes up to the second floor and it's all part of the same type of program?
Yeah, so the first and second floors are meant to be open to the public. So, I mean, I imagine it like as people being able to like circulate from the ground floor up until the second floor and be able to use like the facilities that are there. It's just that the second floor is a little bit more private since there's like a daycare.
Oh, we have a daycare up there. Okay. Okay. One of the things that you should be aware of when you're doing a daycare on the second floor, because they're little kids, they can't share the same exit as the adults. Just keep that in mind because they get trampled as you try to exit. I think I'm looking at the section cutting through that the courtyard and showing the stair. Maybe James has, is onto something. If you want people, stair kind of, if you have a grand stair or stadium style, well, then that's a place where people sit. And we do that a lot in our higher education. Like student unions, we try to create lots of these large step stadium style, then that kind of connects the two levels and you have a lot of people sitting down and that kind of becomes a hangout area so that really it becomes a connector between the two levels. I thought that was a good comment. And I'm going to kind of jump around a little bit. So I'm going to first go to the skin. You have a double skin here. Does your building function without the second layer of skin?
Yes.
Okay, because that's going to get VE'd out. Like the first meeting with the general contractor, that's the first thing that's going to go away.
Simon, you've seen too much of contractors, right?
Well, no, there's a couple of issues, right? There was a project that was being proposed in the Arts District, and it was a hotel project on, I think, on Mateo and 4th. And it was a high-rise project, and they did this double skin. They couldn't figure out how to do the facade access and clean the windows. So, that becomes a huge issue because you do have to maintain and wash the windows and maintain the facade. If you have a secondary structure, you have to have some way of the workers to get in there. So I'm going to be a little more practical because I think your project is very comprehensive. It's believable. The design's great. I think the thinking's great, but there's going to be these little nuances that's gonna make this project real versus, a paper project.
Well, I would. Oh, all right, go ahead.
One last thing, then I'll shut up, which is your corner 3-bedroom unit. When you have a corner unit, always put the living room on the corner. Okay, and then it's an easy shift. So you can come in and you can have your secondary bedroom side by side and the master separate. Okay, that will push your living room to the corner. And then because you have a lot of opportunities to enter, so that will allow you to reorganize. But I see this a lot in young designers who don't understand kind of the product design in terms of designing units, and miss the opportunity of getting light from 2 different walls. If you have a corner unit into the living room, it really does change how the unit lives. So don't make that mistake if you're ever to go in and given a chance to design unit plans, in real life. That's one of the things that we always look for in terms of creating these great unit plans. So I'm done. Thanks.
And those, I mean, building on that, those are the units that sell better or rent more. The developer knows that immediately. 2-sided living room is really, that's a choice space.
Natalie, I think that I think this is a beautiful project. I think there's so much potential. And I think there's a lot of potential in that second layer of facade that you've created to actually make something that actually talks to the city about what this project is. So that's one thing. I mean, I see it more kind of like a scaffolding or a kind of an armature for signage, or I don't know, something, art, whatever. I think the question about how long residents are going to stay here, there's going to be a range. I mean, they're basically homeless. They're being helped by agencies, to try to place themselves and get placed in permanent homes and get jobs and things like that. So there's a whole secondary layer of services that they're going to be dealing with. But I think that that actually gives rise to some opportunities in terms of how you design your units and perhaps even the floors. It's a little bit different from conventional housing, I think, where people are, you have the units and they're organized in a certain way. In this kind of project, there's actually the opportunity to create more difference within your residential floors, I think, and across the floors too, and actually separate different kinds of units and group them together. And, if there are really short-term residents for, less than 2 years, maybe that gives rise to certain types of planning that might be a little different. Maybe they share kitchens and bathrooms. There's a lot of things that you can actually look at. But having said that all, I just think, I think that the idea of using the food and actually to bring in kind of the opportunity for many different vendors to kind of share in that space and that experience, and actually as a way of also not just giving the people who are housed here a chance to gather, but actually give them a chance to connect to people outside the boundaries of this project. If some of these vendors who come in might be some of the restaurant owners in the neighborhood, they might be, there's just a lot of opportunity there. I think you've given the kind of a certain amount of flexibility that is really great. I also think that James's first comment about some of these kitchens could be, or one group of it could be a big kitchen for communal cooking. I think that is actually would really add a whole dimension of this to this project that's not quite fleshed out yet. And if you combine that with a central kind of stadium seating thing, that's really a celebratory place to hang out and eat and gather and read a book or whatever, I think that then your courtyard will really, really, really sing. So I think you've created this opportunity for connecting back to what's around the community and connecting to the city with that second skin in a way that I don't even know if you realize the potential yourself, but that's what's great about it, because you can look at it now and kind of say, oh yeah, I can make something with this second skin that's really, really special. You know,
Alice, there might be just playing on the idea of the skin. There might be a real opportunity to take the skin and shade the courtyard. You know, take the skin and wrap it around so it shades that, so it goes horizontal.
That would be nice. Yeah, it is LA with the hot sun. That's very true. Anyway, I'll stop there. I'm sure Monica wants to talk too. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to also comment on first of all, it's a very beautiful project, and I think it shows a lot of sensibility and empathy for this community, and it's also really relevant for now. So congratulations for that. I think it's also beautifully solved, and you really show that you have put yourself into their shoes and really try to propose an incredible place to live and to integrate within this new country. I think I would encourage you to maybe think of also programs that can bring the neighbors to this place so that they can really interact with this community of refugees and don't see them as just like the refugees living in that space, but really get to know them and in both ways, no? So maybe also some programs for those visitors to come to this place also. And then about the skin, I think I wasn't sure what my position about the skin was, because at the I think it creates a beautiful facade. I wanted to ask you, like, what were the rules for designing it, or what is it that skin actually generates, or if it's just aesthetic? But I'm going to just give you then when the conversation started, I was thinking of two references that can help you do something else with that skin and maybe create. Maybe it can have let's say it can have a potential to generate a different kind of a space or program. No? So one of these, Alice, when you were talking about scaffolding, I was thinking about this office and theater from Lina Bobardi. I don't know if you know it, but it's a great space that where she creates this kind of open, like flexible space that can be sometimes offices, sometimes office studio space, and sometimes it generates like a theater, and it has a beautiful quality and character to that space. So maybe you can find some public programs that can suddenly appear within that skin. And another one is, I don't know if you know these French architects Lacaton and Basal. They have beautiful projects with this kind of very, very cheaply built, but really nice, with really nice quality. A second skin that actually, when the second skin touches one of the living spaces, the living space can actually open up to it or close it to it, and it generates this kind of winter garden. So it can give some flexibility and some potential also to the places that connect with this second skin.
Yeah.
There's some good local examples. I don't know, you probably looked at the Cherokee House, right? I think, Brooke Scarpa does a lot of projects where you do have this perforated skin. I think on the Cherokee, that was a condo building, so they were able to work that in with movable panels that gave you some privacy in the balconies. So you do have to create some performative reason to have that layer of skin, whether you can attach solar panels to it or it's a shading device or whatever it may be. But in housing, we always say, like, everything has to do double duty, right? It can't just be aesthetic. If there is a function, then they can't take it away. And that's how you protect your design when you're doing housing. So just keep that in mind as you start to then really think about how to make the skin essential to the design, right? And the function.
All right, very nicely done, Natalie.
Beautiful project. Yeah.
You forgot to say that there was a communal eating area on the roof here. You didn't show that plan. They had a limited amount of space.
But thank you for your comment.
The level of graphics is phenomenal. You guys are, it's Sarah, I mean, across the board, I was browsing around for like an hour before the meeting, just looking at all the different studios. The graphics are phenomenal. So I commend you for teaching your students how to do graphics.
Hopefully they learned more than that, but yes, thank you.
Hey, that's what we look for, I'm here kind of I'm on a recruiting mode here.
Yeah.
So, that's how we choose young designers coming out.
Yeah, I know.
Tell a story, and do they have good graphic skills? Rest of the stuff we can teach.
Yeah, they have some good design chops. Yeah, there's some very nice projects too. Well, thank you all very much. I'm going to skip over to the next session, but it was lovely to see all of you. Always happy to get you in here. And
Alice, Are we losing you now, Sarah?
You lose me, but you'll get Andre, who's got some phenomenal projects in his studio, and you'll be very happy to see Andre Lucier, very good designer, came out of Johnston Markley, and you'll see some very nice project there too. It allows you to see at least 2 studios. I mean, we did send you the list of the 6 different studios, so you can, every studio has their own board like this one. So we have big classes, they're like 17 students, so you'll get to see 2 from Andre, but if you want to browse around the 6 different ones, you'll get a flavor for different. They're all comprehensive, but they all had slightly different programs and different parts of the city and slightly different agendas, even though they were all kind of similar size and certainly a similar strategy, because we all taught together. So we kind of co-teach these classes. So anyway, it's very nice to see you all.
Yeah, look forward to seeing you soon in the real world.
I hope so. Yes, more drinks at LACMA. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Sarah.
Bye, Simon. Bye, Monica.
Bye.
Bye, Alice. And I think Andrew's probably on his way here. But he will introduce himself if you don't know him.
This is where we get the refreshments, is it?
So James, I don't know if you know this project. It's called Pure House in Brooklyn, right next to Brooklyn Bridge. There's a 1 hotel that was done, and then this is a residential portion of it. But that project it's a Tetris, 3-dimensional Tetris.
Oh,
it has really great units that have, it's a skip stop, but it's a more complex skip stop.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah.
We were Pure House.
Yeah, we were working with a developer who their big thing was getting rid of all these extra corridors and coming up with units, and they saved so much money by not building corridors, and we had sort of interconnecting units. And but yeah, I was just in Brooklyn actually last week. I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, fantastic project.
Who did that?
I forget the architect. I'll look it up, because we gave, I'm involved with AI Housing Committee, and we give out the awards, and they were one of the awards winners, I think, from 2017.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, great.
Home stretch. But also the weekend's almost over. So thank you for giving us your valuable Sunday afternoon. Really appreciate it. We will wait a little bit longer for the rest of the students to arrive. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. Is Billy here?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Billy.
Hi.
You're co-hosting this.
Yes, I'll be managing the weight room for you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time too.
So we're looking at public buildings now. Right?
Yes, you guys were just in Sarah's.
Yes.
Yeah, so a little bit change of pace. I guess I can give the intro because I think everybody from the jury is here. Is everybody familiar with the MacArthur Park and the Westlake area in Los Angeles?
Yeah, fairly. I mean, don't live there, but we know it.
Okay, well, that's probably enough. I was just wondering, sometimes we have some people from overseas who don't know anything about it at all, but.
I know very little about it. So
okay.
A brief introduction would be helpful.
Okay. Well, let me just show you. There's just a few pictures. Just to help maybe with this. Let me see. I also posted the link to the concept board in the chat. So in case you need to get to that, but I'll share my screen also to help. But basically, MacArthur Park it's in the neighborhood called Westlake, and it's just kind of west of downtown LA. So this is a view looking pretty much south or southeast. Downtown starts over here, and then it's a big park that was developed in late I think around 1880. So it's very old, but it went through quite a few transformation. It wasn't always called MacArthur Park, obviously. I think it was changed in the 1940s. And it's kind of divided into two by Wilshire that kind of curves through it. And then one side of the park is this lake, and the other side is a bit more park landscape with some soccer fields that have been recently redone. It's had a kind of a tumultuous history in the 80s and 90s. It was pretty crime and drug ridden and not very accessible to the general public. And it's also a bit strange that the kind of whole lake area is not really used. But it's a very nice park. I think they've done as much as they could to kind of, open it up more to the public again. Obviously, it's any kind of open spaces in Los Angeles always have to deal with the unhoused population that take on some of that space. So that's definitely a big element, but it's a very vibrant community. It's very busy. It's one of the densest neighborhoods. It's a lot of street vendors, like Alvarado is really, on the weekend or even during the weekdays, it's really like the sidewalks are kind of full of street vendors selling all kinds of stuff. And so it's a very urban setting, and it's kind of, it's strange because it seems very underdeveloped because a lot of the houses or buildings around it are 2-story buildings, even though it has a 6-to-1 FAR. There are some taller buildings more on this side. This is kind of a famous modernist building, is Cement. Probably all know it. So these are kind of the larger buildings, but on this side, the buildings are very low. In regards to the site, basically, I selected 3 sites that the students could choose from. One is on this corner here. There's a bank building right now. So this is kind of on the northeast corner. And then another site is over here on Wilshire and Alvarado. There's a drive-through restaurant right now. And then the third site is over here on the southern side, and there's kind of a strip mall. So there's no empty site really there. So we kind of took some of the more underdeveloped sites for the students to choose. They're all corner sites, so they have to deal with neighboring buildings that we assume will at some point be developed much higher than they are now. So there are basic, fire walls that they have to take into account. This site over here has 3 facades because there's an alley in the back, but all the other 2 only have 2 kind of facades facing the corner. The program that the students kind of worked within is a public service building, meaning it could be a public library, community center that could focus on sports or arts or community services, a mixture of that. Some people had libraries and community services. Public libraries these days, they are very important kind of point for providing actual social services. Lots of libraries hire social workers now to provide more of those services as well. Some students also, well, there was just one, and that one we saw before. They had a fire station as well, so they could kind of develop that a little bit themselves. The buildings they had to, or the program that they had to do was basically 60,000 square feet gross. So pretty good size building, and the FAR is 6:1, and the sites that I gave them are 10,000 square feet roughly. So they really had to max it out to also, I felt it was, this is very precious land there. We should be efficient and should be used in a, to its full extent, especially if we're doing a public building in this dense area. And I don't know, do you guys have any questions? Okay. Do you guys want to give a quick intro, maybe for yourself? Can be very brief, because I actually don't know any of you, and maybe we can start with James.
Oh, nice to meet you all. I'm James Mary O'Connor, with design principal with Mura Budella, and I've worked on a lot of civic buildings and libraries and sports facilities and fire stations. So it's great to see these projects.
Great. Alice.
I'm Alice of John Friedman Alice Kim Architects, and we have an office in Boyle Heights and have been around for a while, and I've taught most recently at USC, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Monica.
Hi, I'm Monica Lamela. I'm originally from Spain. I moved to LA 1.5 years ago, and I started my own firm. It's called There. But before that, I used to work for Tatiana Bilbao, Francis Quere, and Lacaton and Basal for 10 years, and now I'm here.
Welcome. And Simon.
Hi, Simon Ha. I'm a partner at Steinberg Hart. Our office headquarter is in downtown LA. Also a neighborhood council member for downtown, and was involved with Recode and some other zoning related initiatives by planning. So,
oh, great.
Happy to be here.
Oh, we should have had you at the beginning to answer some questions. It would have been a great discussion. Okay, super. Briefly about me, since you guys also don't know me, I'm Andrew Lucier. I have been teaching at Cal Poly for about 4 years. This is the second year I do the senior projects, which I find really interesting. It's a very it's fun to do the projects because they're quite comprehensive, and we really develop them quite far, as much as you can in a semester. I also have my own architecture practice with a partner. We're actually also kind of in Boyle Heights, or just a little bit between Boyle Heights and downtown. I used to work for Johnston Mark Lee for 10 years, and I grew up and went to architecture school in Switzerland. But I've been in LA for about 15 years. Okay, so let's get started. Then we have 2 students, Kim and Trevor, and we can start with Kim.
Thank you everyone for being here today on a Sunday. My name is Kim. For my project, I'm proposing a convivial social mixed-use community center that open to all generations. The space become a place to meet, a place to work, and a place to learn. It is also focused on area connecting different ages to improve the social interaction, mental stimulations, and physical activities. According to research, MacArthur Park is the LA's second densest neighborhood with a long overcrowding history, along with the cultural shift where the cross-generation family no longer living under one roof or nearby, causing a divide between young and old, affecting the mental and physical longevities. So in response, the project aimed to celebrate and improve the neighborhood well-being and encourage all ages to engage and learn from one another. The proposed project is situated in MacArthur Park, intersecting the Southview Park Street and the West 7th Street, located next to the park and has easy access to public transportation via the bus or the subway that locate minutes away. The overall building is distributed by a core. The core houses the service spaces as well as the public egress. It has two main entrances, one towards the main street and one from the rear for the people who just finished parking or approaching from the behind street, along with the trash and loading zone. The building is divided into 8 floors and is arranged in an interlocking system that is spatially combined with 2 or more programs allocated for different uses, allow interaction and mutual benefit between the different generations. The first floor consists of lobby and reception with backup house toward the back. The next 2 floors are the library with the office towards the back. The third floors are the kids library with the double height playgrounds. The fourth floors are the performance stage with the computer lab that overlook the playgrounds. The fifth floors are dedicated to the senior with the multi-purpose studio and the health clinic. The 6th floors are the cafeteria with outdoor sitting, and the last 4 are the workshop and the outdoor spaces. For my building structure, it uses a combination of precast and cast in place, with the core being cast in place and the rest being precast. The exterior panels mirror from the primary columns and beam along the borders for the facade purposes. And then the building is then assembly in a module system in which the columns are uniquely cast with hinges on both sides to allow the L beams to rest on, and the interior T beams are resting on a core bolt instead of the hinges, and together is provide a support to the arch channels, and is finished with a raised floor system. Correspondingly, this Exxon diagram show the distinction between the different structural components and how the columns are expressed heavily towards the ground and lighter as they ascend. Here is just a layout of my underground parking. And this is a view, a bird eye view of the building interacting with the outside street. And some of the moments that I want to highlight on the ground floor include this open lobby that welcomes different activity, including book signing, or simply a place where people can read newspaper while overviewing the outside activity. And this angled stair, secondary public stair, naturally flow people through the space up to the next floor. Moving on to the next floor is the library that contains a small portions of the adult stack, along with this quiet reading space that hover over by this secondary staircase, making the space more private and separate from the rest. And the offices are located towards the back and face away from the stack to provide privacy. And another moment that regarding to the quiet reading space, it has a double ceiling that allows the user to engage with the floor above through the visibility. On the second floor is also a library with a similar layout to the previous floor with more stacks and exclusive space for like small group meetings. Alongside this diagram helps to visualize the overall layout of the library and its connection to the below space. And on my third floor is the kids library that are done in a more playful way that merges with this multi-purpose activity space and a playground, along with the offices and processing room being embedded underneath the rock climbing walls. And on my fourth floor, it has a cultural space that allows small dance or music event to take place, along with this multi-use space that equipped with game and computer station that allow the younger generation to gather and teach the elder to use the new technologies. This floor become like the intermediate space that allow everyone to gather while overlooking the playground and engage with the floor above, as well as it has a view to the cityscape. On my fifth floor is dedicated to the senior, is equipped with this healthcare center that provide examinations and therapy, along with the studio that can be used as therapy sections or yoga space while admiring the space below. And on my sixth floor, it contains a cooking classroom and a cafeteria, along with the outdoor seating that allow all generations to gather, cook, and dine together while engaging to the city. And on my last floor is a gathering floor that accommodate with a series of workshops with the adjacent, which is adjacent to a activity space that is used as a buffer zone that transition the people from the inside to the outside. And the outdoor space is dedicated for everyone to engage in different activity or as a space to host small events. Here in my section, you may see some of the spaces that were described previously, such as the library with the double height and the performance, the cultural space that overlooked the playground. You can see that here also in this sections. And the arch channel ceilings is another component that I focus on exploring in my section. They varies on each floor based on the program, making the each floor very unique. And the building shading strategy that I'm using is an automated roller shading that adjusts accordingly to different times of the days. The shades is hidden behind the structure during the night, allowing the building to have a very different appearances. And here's all my detail section and elevation, showing how the exterior panels is attached to the interior structure, while the shading device is embedded within the two structures. And this is my elevations of the north and the east, show the use of the motorized shading device that transition from like the cool to warm colors based on the sun directions. Yeah. Thank you.
Kim, if you were to walk through the building, could you in fact ascend all of the floors? Can you move up through all of the floors?
So are you trying to?
Yeah, let's say on the first couple of floors you have this inviting stairs.
Correct.
That slips up, and then it changes. Yeah, so those couple of floors are interconnected, the kind of library and this floor. And then you change then to it's not connected to the lower floors. And I'm just wondering about that.
Sorry. Yeah, they don't. Only the first two floors of the library is connected by this public staircase, and the rest are required to take the public egress or the elevators to actually go up.
Right. Is there a possibility that could happen?
With the secondary staircase?
Yeah, with an internal staircase. I'm wondering if you could experience this whole all the different programs as you come up, and that you're not just in a fire stairs or the elevator, that you continue that kind of movement that you're showing for the first couple of floors.
Yes, I think it's possible, but then I was also really concerned with the senior individual with the mobility of actually using the public staircase from 4 to floors.
Yeah, I mean, that can be handled.
Yeah, yes, so it's possible, yes.
Yeah, I really like the program and the different types of programs you have, but I find it a little bit cellular, you know, a little bit enclosed. Like even in the library today, we're not building libraries that. In the past, we built libraries that had a librarian was at the desk and they overlooked everything and everybody had to be quiet. And today we're building libraries that are a bit more like living rooms, more community. They're more lively. They're meeting places for businesses, for all kinds of people, and it's a lot more open and fewer books. You know, in fact, when we built a library in Santa Monica, the public library there, we've been emptying books out of that for many years and kind of opening it up more and more to the community. So in that image that you have it glazed in, I think that just could be a lot more open. It doesn't need to be so, my feeling is it doesn't need to be so cellular, you know, so quiet was a kind of way of the past.
I think that James's comments are important. I think that, you know, what's interesting to me also is that when I look at the floor plan, each floor plan as you move through it, I was actually looking at your furniture because there's something kind of a little bit incidental about your furniture layout and how it relates to the structural elements. It's almost as if you put in the furniture before, and then you forgot that the columns layer was turned off, and so you had to turn it back on. Because if you look at the relationship of a lot of the furniture pieces to the structure, it's not actually very comfortable. So you're not actually using the structural base really to kind of work with the furniture layout and actually make it kind of, you know, the things work together so that the spaces start to be more fluid. You know, normally we wouldn't really be talking about furniture probably in the project, but I think in this case, it was actually interesting to me because it was something that struck me on every single floor. And I actually think that sort of relates back to the larger picture that James is talking about, because programmatically, you know, how those programmatic elements connect together, connect back to the city via the outdoor spaces you've created, and then also just kind of, you know, those relationships are strengthened by the section of the building, the potential sections, I think is not quite as strong as it could be. So it might be about connecting all of the different floors the way James is talking about. It could be about having more sort of intentional void spaces or atria or whatever you want to call them that are kind of, maybe there needs to be a few more of them. Maybe if you started to actually link these kind of, you know, double or triple height spaces to each other rather than floor to linking every single floor, but as James is suggesting, which I think is one idea, but actually being a little bit more creating interior connective tissue that is a little bit more powerful, and that they could kind of be operating at the level of 2 programs or 3 programs and not the whole building, but then maybe they connect to each other, just as another suggestion. So I think there's so much that is really well worked out about this project, and there's something compelling, very compelling about it. And I would love to hear more about how you're using the light spectrum to kind of create your shading devices and how that works its way around the building. But I think that there are a couple of big organizational moves that perhaps are not quite there yet. And again, I think that internal spaces and each of these public spaces, like a library, I mean, there is the idea that you don't really need physical stacks so much anymore, for sure, and you need more computer stations or hot desks, but there's also just the idea of the facts of stacks when you do have them as being organizing movement and organizing the quality of space and the motion of the person within those spaces. And so that's where I'm, again, that relationship of structure to those elements, organizing elements, is a little bit not flushed out right now. nicely presented project, though.
Thank you.
I really like the structure of your project and how that structure actually has such a character that it's the facade, it's everything. All the experience comes from this kind of simple or very not simple but very rational structure, concrete structure. I think that maybe it has even a potential to, like, you have a potential to become even more radical with this structure. And I was like, when I was seeing your project, I was imagining this project, the beauty of this structure is that maybe in 10 years it can host a completely different program. No? It can, maybe if MacArthur, if the neighborhood changes, it can become something else because it's so flexible. And then I thought about, I don't know if you know this project from Lacaton and Basal, it's called the Nantes University. And they have it's a different reticle, but it's a similar concept of one structure that is so flexible that maybe in 10 years it can host a completely different project, but at the same time it has like this sub-program, a substructure that they imagine that maybe in 5 years it can completely be removed without changing the building. So, for example, what they do is in these programs that actually have, they will say, okay, so our basic structure will be like these 2-story structures, and then the program in between, the one that has only like one story, is this other materiality that can actually be removed if in 5 years you get some other program. So it can bring a little variety within the building. And I think also there is I would like to see also in the facade, because I think it's a very beautiful facade, but I would love to see this movement of maybe you create some outdoor spaces in some of the programs, and then there is like a kind of depth in this facade. So suddenly you have suddenly the glass in some places, it's inside, and then it creates these maybe open spaces that connect to the park, and it gives the facade a little bit more of shadow and depth and a little bit of play within that, because I think in this structure really can host such a playful game, no, or interaction.
Thank you.
And so I'll piggyback on Monica's comment about the facade. So on your presentation, your first page, first slide, I think there's a lot of repetition, but just a sudden kind of the nuance of the first, second, third floor, and then at the upper floor, kind of stretching that to, removing the single story scale and creating something a little different.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's an opportunity here to maybe not be so rigid. Maybe the triple height space needs to read as a triple height space as opposed to, I don't know if that's a limitation of the precast, but I think there's some opportunities to kind of break the rules that you've created in terms of the structural rigidity, and then maybe introduce something else. I can start to see it happening. You have a floor that has this kind of a balcony area that recesses it in. So I think you're starting to do it a little bit. But overall, I think it's a very well presented project. I think you thought through every space, aside from the furniture and the column having some conflicts, but those are easily fixed. I guess my question to you would be, this is meant to be an intergenerational space that connects the old and the young and brings everybody together. And you have the program, right? You have the different program that's stacking, that brings everybody together, but how do they actually interact? How do you foresee them interacting together? Because I don't know if that was explained.
So I think architecturally, I do try to provide a lot of this double height space that create this visibility, as well as this I think this playground where as the kids climb up the rock climbing wall, they're able to oversee the people performance, or when people on the computer lab or the kids on the computer lab, they'll also be accessible to the playground. So all this playground is very interchangeable and very interactable through the double height space or through the way how they're arranged.
Okay, so I think there's some visual connections, but how do you actually see them interacting? Like you're putting them next to each other, right? Is there a program or anything else that actually brings them together? So I'll give an example. A lot of times we try to put senior housing with daycare, right? Because as part of the intergenerational, so if we put senior housing, family housing, playground or daycare, seniors can hang out and just watch the kids play. And by that, they're making sure that kids are being safe and kind of it's a symbiotic relationship, right? So seniors get something out of it as well as the kids. And, sometimes there's activity or interaction that actually happens. So that's kind of a passive way of creating a intergenerational kind of interaction. So I guess maybe that's something that you can think about as opposed to like just putting program next to each other. But what are some of the ways that you can really meaningfully create engagement? Maybe where lobby is a good place, right? Because everybody comes into the lobby and that's where people can mix. Or because once they go up, it seems like they get separated.
Right.
They have a specific place for them to go. And then, so maybe that starts to create some interaction that James is talking about. Maybe there's more opportunities than the library having just a connection, but maybe these community spaces can start to interact as well.
And to build on that point, Simon, I thought that drawing, the very first one we saw with the programmatic piece was a great one to start. This one here, where you start to see the programs, and that kind of said, well, how could those interconnect? And when you think of the sort of recent libraries that have been built, the Hunter's Point that Stephen Hall did, which is a kind of container, but inside, it's just a rectangle on the outside, but inside, the programs all interconnect and end on the roof. And the opposite is that the kind of Ram Kool House one in Seattle, where it's all interconnected inside, but the outside is kind of a drapery. But you have the dynamic inside, and it's certainly one way. But it just seemed to me it's a very rich program, and I want to find the right ways to sort of interconnect it, because as a public building, it could be very experiential in terms of the uses and how you'd walk through that building.
And I studied this site for a developer as a mixed-use housing project. So if Sarah's students, did their mixed-use housing, I could comment a lot more. But one of the things that's unique about the site is its proximity to the park across the street. So how can you take advantage of that, especially for seniors or kids? Is there a related program that can spill out? I know it's across the street, but programmatically, can you start to think about things that maybe can engage the public park and make it useful? Andre was saying that you got a lake, but it's not really being used. Yeah, this part of the lake or this part of the park doesn't really get used much. But if you think about seniors or kids, is there a playground out there? Is there an opportunity for seniors to gather and do Tai Chi outside? Or I don't know. I can start to think about kind of leveraging the location, not just a container that can be plopped anywhere out of in the three different sites and still work, right? So kind of think about that.
And the last point I would say is about that solar gain, the exterior shading thing. It's kind of a classic. The architect creates something and then shows how we can solve it. I can solve it with these automatic shades. If you can design the building so that it has the proper solar shade and you don't have to rely on some technology, it's stronger, because often what happens is later on the budget dries up and they can't afford that, and suddenly you have a lot of exposure, sudden exposure on the building.
Thank you. I think we have to move on, but thank you so much for all the great comments. And I think, Kim, that's I think a lot to think about. And I think your project is nice to see it spurred, a lot of conversation and ideas. I think maybe, Monica's idea is really interesting about like how maybe there is almost like a secondary structure that's less permanent that could take on like the programmatic part, especially if we're thinking about how, there should be more connective tissue in between the building, that maybe this kind of secondary structure can kind of take care of that, because I think it's usually more useful if you find an architectural solution to to these problems than like some programmatic thing, because it's kind of it's just invented by us. It's not really what's there. You're in charge of the architecture. But I thought that was a really good point. All right, super. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kim. Great work.
Excellent. Very good.
We'll move on to our last project for today, which will be Trevor. Trevor, it's all yours.
Trevor. I'm proposing a community center for the Westlake neighborhood surrounding MacArthur Park. I decided to design a community center because I believe that within this building, there could be resources provided for this neighborhood that are otherwise unavailable in the immediate surrounding area. So the services within this community center are divided into 3 primary categories, and that's community space, occupational workshops, and children's daycare center. And the things that I define as community space includes an open ground floor that can be accessed by the public, a soup kitchen and cafeteria on the 2nd floor, a multi-purpose space on the 3rd floor, and an outdoor basketball court on the roof. The occupational workshops cover floors 4 and 5. This includes classrooms and a studio space that can help individuals to learn different skills to help them find jobs. And lastly, the Children's Daycare Center covers floors 6, 7, and 8. And this is for both toddlers and preschoolers. So overall, this building focuses on the relationship between structure and program, as well as the circulation within the different parts of the community center. The site is located on the corner of Alvarado Street and Wilshire Boulevard on the eastern end of MacArthur Park. This exterior perspective here from Wilshire out to Alvarado shows the close relationship that the park has to the building. And based on the site research that I conducted last semester and what we've been talking about in the last presentation, what Andre has mentioned, I found that the population density of this area of Los Angeles is extremely high. There's also a large population of homeless and unemployed individuals surrounding MacArthur Park. And so certain parts of the program, such as the occupational workshops, are dedicated to these certain populations. However, the community center is ultimately open for the greater population of Westlake to use. So this form and program diagram here shows how the building is organized off of the main 20-foot by 20-foot column grid. Vertically, the building is separated into 3 parts. Floors 1 to 3, which is the community space, 4 to 7, which is the occupational workshops and daycare, and 8 to 10, which has an outdoor portion of the daycare, as well as the basketball court on the roof. And so each part has a different column size that gets smaller towards the top. And the decreasing column sizes create a visual distinction between the 3 parts of the building and their varying programmatic uses. So continuing with this discussion of the structure, the building is constructed of both precast and cast-in-place concrete elements. The cast-in-place part of the building is the circulation core or the service space, while the precast elements consist of the rest of the building or the serve space. So put together, these elements result in this 10-story massing that is shown here in this axonometric drawing. Overhead, again, we can see the positioning of the building in relationship to the park to the west, the basketball court on the roof, and also the entrance to the underground parking that comes off of Wilshire Boulevard. So transitioning into the floor plans, this first underground level serves as the entrance to an automated parking garage below, as well as the drop-off zone for the Children's Daycare Center above. And again, the first 3 floors of the building are considered to be community space. So that includes this open ground floor that the public can access or pass through. Main entrance to the rest of the community spaces is through this large staircase on the corner of the block. However, the upper floors can also be accessed through the elevators or the external egress there on the top left. The second floor of the community space has the soup kitchen and some cafeteria seating, while the third floor has the remainder of the cafeteria seating with an indoor and outdoor portion, with the intent that this large area here on the right side would also be used as a flexible space or a multi-purpose space for various community gatherings or events. And these 2 floors are internally connected through this large staircase in the middle. This perspective view from the second floor shows the staircase on the right side and the kitchen on the left. The next 2 floors, 4 and 5, are dedicated to the occupational workshops. So this part of the program is targeted towards that large population of homeless and unemployed individuals in this area. And these 2 floors include classrooms, offices, and a double height workshop / studio space where people who are enrolled within this program can learn skills or trades that could help them to connect with jobs and get back on their feet. And so these 2 floors are internally connected through this staircase in the middle. And this is a perspective of that double height workshop space looking out towards the service floor. The next 3 floors, 6 through 8, are dedicated to the Children's Daycare Center. So because this area of Los Angeles is very densely populated, as I mentioned before, the daycare center is here for young families who live in Westlake and don't have a place to keep their children during the day. So the daycare center is for toddlers and preschoolers. So the 6th floor is for toddlers, 7th floor is for preschoolers, and the 8th floor has a double height outdoor play area here on the left side. These 3 floors of the daycare are internally connected through this staircase on the right. As shown in this area plan of the 6th floor, the way that these floors of the daycare are arranged in plan is that there are a series of slopes on the southern end of the building. For each slope sections off a portion of the floor space between the columns to create spaces where the kids can either play, eat, or sleep. This is a perspective also of the 6th floor. And this is a perspective of the outdoor play area on the 8th floor that looks out to the park. The final 2 floors, 9 and 10, are also considered to be community space. So on the 9th floor, there are locker rooms for the people who play basketball on the roof. These 2 floors are connected through this staircase on the bottom right. And as shown in this external perspective, the basketball court overhangs the building on the south and west sides and is supported by these precast concrete trusses that extend out from the 8th and 9th floors. So just to summarize the floor plans, these sections help to reiterate the ideas of structure, program, and circulation in the project. They reveal the 3 parts of the building with the varying sizes of the precast concrete structure and the internal circulation between each part. So again, the ground floor is open. 2 and 3 is the kitchen, cafeteria, multi-purpose space. 4 and 5 are the occupational workshops. 6 to 8 is the daycare. And 9 and 10 are the lockers and basketball court. Finally, the facade of the building acts as an extension out from the structural elements, where there is shading provided on the south and west faces by these wooden kinetic vertical shading fins that can be seen in this detail section here. And the fins will be operable by each floor. And lastly, these 2 elevations of the south and west sides, much like the sections, show all the things that I've talked about the project, along with the facade as this full expression of structure.
Thanks, Trevor.
Can I ask a question regarding, I guess, has there been any discussions in the studio about building systems in terms of, all the things that you need, like a cooling tower or other things that may be necessary to actually, operate the building? I'm asking because seems like every single inch is taken up with program, and probably once you get all of the systems in, it's going to take up, you're going to lose your basketball court likely, right? So I'm asking a question whether or not that should be a consideration. I think, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the only systems that we really accounted for were like mechanical shafts, how like the HVAC systems would kind of flow throughout the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I guess programmatically, it seems like you've taken on a lot of program to put into, it's like a 50-pound pig in a 5-pound sack, right? I don't know if there's anybody from Texas, but I get that phrase all the time from my clients, that are from Texas. You have a lot of program kind of crammed into a very small building, and I'm wondering, if that's complicating this to a point where it's not allowing you to dig into one program, in depth, in order to kind of innovate that. And I'm saying that because some of the things that you're proposing cannot be done on this site because preschool, daycare, those have to be on the ground level. Safety purposes, right? Because if you have little kids trying to exit the building along with adults, the concept is that they're going to get trampled. So whenever you have a mixed use building, typically you're allowed to do that type of a program on the ground level, basement, or the second level, as long as they have a separate exit. That kind of, that allows the kids to exit out without having to intermingle with the rest of the adults or others that are exiting out the building. So that makes it very difficult to put that program, on the upper level. I would have loved to see a daycare in this, in an urban setting that actually makes it work with pickup, drop off, kind of fire life safety issues. But I think for me, you've taken on too much. I think you've tried to put too much program into a single building. I think kind of at a surface level, you have resolved the program, right? You're providing kind of each program kind of works on its own. But I guess that would be my comment. I would love to see you kind of take on a smaller chunk and develop it more.
Right. And I think that's all. I think that's along the lines of what I'm going to say in somewhat too. But I really wonder about the placement of that basketball on the roof, and the basketball, of course, is an internal, sport. It's not about sitting there and viewing something. It's about looking at the game. And when I see it up here, it's all very tight. I know you've jumped off the building. It's creating this, what basically is your iconic moment of the building, but the iconic moment is just on the exterior. It's looking up. It's not actually inside of it. It looks incredibly tight once you put that basketball up there, and the support spaces are a floor below. And you're putting, in terms of structure, the live loads are actually, the heavier loads than the dead loads. So you're putting all the live loads on the roof up there. So it tends to build up the structure. And I'm just wondering, I mean, it'd probably be crazy to think of it, but this could actually go below. Maybe you don't have parking, but I would love to see the cafe up there or some of the other uses that could enjoy the view. The basketball is not enjoying any view. It just happens to be up there. And I find that the structure is very heavy for such a small building. And I agree with all of Simon's points about a lot of this stuff doesn't seem to make sense to connect, and much of the space is taken up with circulation, different types of circulation. And I think you've done a good job on putting all of this together, but I do also wonder about editing out some of the program in terms of this building coming together. I liked by the way, that again, on the very first image you showed with the uses, of course, I like the graphic nature of that, and to kind of explore that more. In fact, your final building doesn't represent that kind of three-part organization. It has this, it's a shaft and a top.
I have to say that what you, Simon and James, have criticized is actually what I find more appealing of the building. I think this idea of making like a super dense tower and putting programs in positions where they usually don't be are actually the ones that give this building a great character. And I think you have, I mean, I probably it's not the most easy way to put programs together and put this let's say this court on top of the building, this football or the basketball court on top of the building. But I think on the other hand, it generates a great experience of the building, and it generates like a unique view of let's say a unique experience of playing basketball on that roof. And also I love how it reflects also on the facade. No, so it gives also, it's like the essence of this building is precisely this combination of programs in non-conventional ways. I think also one of my, it's also not something that cannot be done. No? One of my favorite buildings in France, I don't remember the architects, but actually do the same. They put this kind of open court on the top, and it's an incredible building that precisely is that courtyard, that basketball court on top is what gives the building its own character. I would say that
the public condenser.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. And I think like one of the references that also came to my mind is this, I don't know if you know this idea of the fan palace from Cedric Price. So I was thinking that maybe you could also tell this project in a way as a kind of machine that works in different times of the day. So maybe I would love to see this, maybe this building in the morning, it only has some floors activated, then in the night, other floors become activated, and it will be super nice to understand how this building changes through program and through time.
I actually love the rooftop. Ooh, shit. Can you guys hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. I actually love the rooftop basketball court as well. I mean, I think it would be just amazing to be playing up there. I also think that it's not going to be used as a basketball court all the time. And I think that, you know, if you acknowledge that as well, and that it becomes just an event space in general that happens to also be a basketball court, then all of a sudden it does open up the idea that you're also using it to look out over the city for many different reasons. To me, that element is what gives the building a lot of power, you know, in terms of its urban presence, which I think is very powerful. The thing that I think is also very interesting is what you're doing with the structure and the kind of the ground plane in what I think are the kids areas, right? The 2 kids floors, is that right? And I think that it would be really great to see that idea actually explored further as well. I mean, I would almost, because I do agree that you've packed so much in the building, I would almost wonder what would happen if you just took out every other floor and just kind of really played with what you then end up with, and just give yourself a little bit more space to actually explore these ideas architecturally. You know, in the end, I think there has to be a way to also reconceptualize the idea of the grand stair, for instance, on the ground floor on such a tight site. You know, I think Simon was making the point in earlier projects when you guys weren't here about everything having to kind of perform more than one function, right? And so a stair becomes a lot more than a stair. And here the stair is taking up a lot of room on this very tight site. So how can you actually exploit what that stair is actually doing? Do you actually pull it out of the envelope so that it's kind of an appendage? And you know what I mean? Like, you know, do you kind of go up it and then get sucked into the building in another way? How can you actually start to exploit the kind of confinement of the site to kind of give you more dramatic experiences that I think you're looking for in a way that kind of capitalizes on what might be seen as restrictions first. So the idea of arrival at that top space, I think also is another one. Like, how do you really arrive at that top space? I think it's not quite as powerful as it might want to be. And then I also really wonder those floors underneath the basketball court, which contain the locker rooms and things like that. I mean, it also has this huge drama associated with the structure because of the braces. And I just wonder if there's any way to kind of occupy the spaces inside the braces, you know, in a way that's really starting to work with the idea of those levels as playgrounds. So, you know, I guess I'm agreeing with Monica. I think that there's just a lot of really interesting and very exciting things going on in your building. But I do think that some of it is not being given enough expression. And part of that has to do with I think you have to break out of the box perhaps a little bit more literally as well as intellectually, just in terms of like really rethink how things are made, like how spaces are formed and defined, and kind of try to get beyond the kind of more conventional planning, I think, and organizational things that you've sort of done. I think it's very exciting.
And maybe if that top space is going to be the wow moment, maybe it should be kind of considered as multifunctional, that it could be many things. The bleachers pull back and it's an event space, it pays for itself. You know, it's some other uses that would make sense too, that when it's not in use.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, you know, architecturally, can you do something more interesting with the screen, right? Because right now it's basically a chain link fence that is much taller as it's represented here. But maybe that is an opportunity to create, you know, maybe the thing glows at night. I don't know, right?
Yeah, maybe it's got some covering. I mean, maybe it's got some retractable roof that you know, shades you when you're playing and opens it up in the evening.
But yeah, I think it wants to be more, because the way, you know, I'm still not 100% convinced the way that it's designed, that it actually, for me, it's like very heavy, it's overwhelming, and almost feels dangerous to the pedestrians that are passing by, because you have this thing that's really projecting out into the sidewalk and potentially into the street. So I you know, if this
don't get Monica too excited about that, she'll just jump on that.
Right, but if it's a crown, let's make it a crown. Let's celebrate it as a crown, not just a kind of a, you know, basketball court with a taller fence that's been placed on top like your diagram. But I think there is an opportunity to kind of push it more, right, and create a kind of an iconic piece out of it.
I think finally the last, those two levels of kids' playground floors, the ones with the kind of floor structure. I mean, I think it would have been great to see that the structure itself become the playground. I think that's kind of what I was getting at for those two floors, you know, that those two stories, you have this opportunity and you sort of started to take advantage, you know, by starting to ramp on that one side and try to create this kind of experience for the kids. But what if the entire structure became that playground, including the slabs and the you know, all of that, then that's double that, those two stories. I mean, they're riding bicycles, you know, they could be riding up and down this kind of sloped concrete, you know, it could be really like, I mean, so I think you kind of have to match what you're doing up top with what you're doing in the middle, and then what you're doing at the very bottom. And then maybe what's in between those three kinds of areas in section could become more normalized and just, you know, fairly straightforward, you know, still thought of, you know, really critically, but a little bit more straightforward. But yeah, I don't know, I'm really now obsessed with those 2 floors of kids right now.
It reminds me of the LA Athletic Club, right? Because you have the basketball court in the middle, and then you have the workout areas, but there's a track that runs at the end.
Yes, the track. The track is always such an opportunity. Yeah.
So I'm looking at the kids, it's like, all right, you know, can that be a kind of a racetrack for the kids? Or, you know, I think there's a lot more that's to be desired out of it. And, you know, just like the basketball court, there's a lot more that you can kind of play it up. So that's why I was saying earlier, if you just concentrated on a couple of these programs as opposed to trying to do all of it, you know, and spend more time in developing that and creating great spaces and great interaction out of it, I think it would have been a lot more successful.
Yeah, that I agree with very much.
Yeah, it's a great project.
Great project. Yeah, a lot of work. Yeah.
All right, super. Sometimes that's the sign of a good project when there's some disagreement.
Absolutely, I think, and it's when you have a lot of quietness, that's when you really have to worry.
Yeah.
Hey, Andre, I have a question. So I haven't, you know, I don't see precast being proposed in a seismic zone. So I guess, are you guys is this kind of a viable technology that can be used in a seismic zone?
Yeah, I mean, this question has come up before, and it's definitely like probably at that height pushing a little bit the limit. But I mean, we see precast buildings here for parking structures all the time, right? Often the connections have to be much more beefed up, and it's more complicated. You know, you have to basically have they do make seismic connection for the precast elements. So there is, you know, as far as we know, it's possible, but you know, can you really go that high or can't lever out that much? You know, we haven't discussed it with structural engineers, so we took a little bit of a leap of faith with this as well. But I think there was also an interest in you know, the precast as really like an architectural expression of a building and how that can be used to create, I think, some really successful spaces for these kinds of programs. In the end, you know, I think we talk a lot about program, especially like in this, we had a whole semester before where we developed the program and dive into it. And I'm maybe the way I run the studio is also like, I'm not that interested in program. You know, I'm much more interested in the architecture and the building that you can create and the kind of spaces you can make. And, you know, I think like this, it's actually pretty specific to the program, this building in a way, but you could also take all of the program out and it would still be a really awesome building, right?
Yes.
And I think that's what we kind of, I think in this studio try to do. And so we actually, once we kind of like, okay, you're doing a daycare, we kind of like, okay, it's good. Like we don't discuss the program quite as much anymore because I think we're a little bit more interested in the architectural aspects of the building.
Yeah, these program pieces, you know, are, of course, if we're doing a building like this, we have a programmer who has done lots of this kind of thing, and there's a lot of program can drive a lot of things in terms of how you know, security and movement and all of that. So it brings in, once you start bringing in daycare and all of these kind of things, it has a lot of baggage with it, and that's why I think you get discussions about this.
And it's, you know, it's often, I feel like us as architects, we have very little to say about the program, right? Like there's somebody, it's made up, and then also very often before the building is even finished, the program already changes, right? It's usually the first thing that changes on a building. So I also feel like it's okay to not make it the absolute driver. And of course, like it's so, you know, daycare, especially in the US, you know, I have kids here, they go to daycare. It's you know, it's like high security prison. And I'm glad that Trevor kind of put a little bit of danger into it. But you know, we're doing a comprehensive studio, but I think we also take some liberties with some of those things a little bit to, you know.
I think good architecture also has to be naive in some ways, right? I mean, otherwise you'll be doing the same thing as you always do.
Agree. Yeah, agree. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time and your valuable input. I think it's a real treat for the students, you know, to put so much work into it to then have like really interesting discussions about these things. And so I think it's I always look at it as a reward to them, often though it's very stressful to them, but somehow it should also be a little bit of a treat to have somebody discuss the work in such a, you know, I think distinguished manner. So thank you again for coming and giving us your Sunday afternoon.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us and great seeing everybody. Take care.
Thank you. Great work, everyone.
Great work.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. It's nice to meet all of you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Same. Okay. Thank you, guys. We're done, right? It's hard to believe.
Congratulations, everybody.
Yeah, really good work.
Congrats, everyone.
Sounds Alanush is already partying.
Yeah, I'm actually driving.
Heading to the bar. Heading to the bar, yeah.
100%.
Well, drink responsibly. Or don't drive. So yeah, thanks again. You know, we'll see each other, I guess, on Tuesday afternoon at school. Get some rest. I know you still have finals. But I think like this is a big thing off your back. Don't have to do that again. But I think it wasn't that bad, right? So yeah, I'm really proud of all you guys' work. It looks great. You know, I think you did a lot of work and good work. So we'll see you on Tuesday. You guys enjoy your rest of the weekend. Yeah.
I have a question for the booklet. So like we know, like we on presentation, the floor plan we kind of mix around with the render. So for
Yeah.
the booklet, are we going to do the same thing, or we just follow like floor plan and then render, like a layout they give us?
It's a good question. I don't know. I will have to ask. I'll ask. Are you? When is the booklet due? On Wednesday?
Yeah, it's a Wednesday night.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's just put it together, and then it's just about a question about which page comes when,
Yeah,
right?
just like software.
Yeah. Should reshuffle it. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Oh, I see the.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody there. Look at that. You guys all got together. That's nice. Okay. Be safe. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.